Guqin culture in the past and in the 21st century. And before I start, I just want to give our guest a little background about our program, the degree program mostly. The degree program we started 5 years ago, and it's the first in any conservatory in the West. You can obtain degree, undergrad degree in Chinese instruments. And last year, we also get approved by the New York Educational Bureau to start Master of Arts in Chinese music and culture. So now this is the two different kinds of degrees. The undergraduate degree in the Art Conservatory has been always double major. So you spend 5 years at Bard, and in the end you get 2 degrees. One is music degree related with your instrument, either you're a pianist or violinist or erhu or Guqin. And the second degree is a non-music degree. You can choose from Bard College any majors. You know, we have more than 40 different majors. You could choose computer science, you could choose philosophy, psychology, and so on. The idea was really by Leon, our president, and Leon Ballstein, and our first director of the conservatory, Bob Martin, is to give students not only professional music training, but also very, what should I say, profound liberal art education. So then we will educate this fuller developed person or musician. So that's actually, when we start the Chinese instrument program, it's to me, I feel it's a perfect concept. So on one hand, you can still study traditional Chinese music, Chinese instrument. In this case, study with some of the best teachers from the Central Conservatory. And on the other side, you know, you get an American liberal arts education, and you can, you know, our student is the best witness. We can see how they have been grown and how they've been learning and how they really become not only to play but also can think. So it's definitely, I think it's a great concept, and we will continue to pursue. And this year in May, actually, we're going to have our first graduates at that degree. So it's been 5 years. And like Betty here, she is the first class of the undergraduate double major, and her music major is Guqin, and she has been playing since she was a teenager, right? And then the second major is art history. Yeah, so you can see, and it's really, our student has one degree, one major in erhu, another major in international relation, or one major. It's all different kind of pursuit. I think it's wonderful to see when you give students challenge, they will take the challenge to make the best of them. So that's really, I think, is a great. And then for the graduate degree, the idea is to combine Chinese music with Chinese culture. And because Chinese instruments, such as Guqin, Guqin, or erhu, all those instruments really very deeply relate with Chinese culture. If you don't understand Chinese culture, it's hard for you to become a really good Chinese musician. And especially when set in the West, that become even more important because you're not in the Chinese environment. So that's that's why for the graduate degree we designed it. It's called the Master of Arts in Chinese music and cultural. We, in collaboration with East Asian Studies at Bard College. So the East Asian Study will offer some required class, for example, Chinese music philosophy reading, or all different kind of music or cultural related courses. And in music side, we also have continue for the student to pursue whatever they like to pursue. So in the graduate degree, under this degree, there's 3 concentrations now. One is performance, and the second one is musicology or ethnomusicology, and the third one is composition. So as you can see, the performance is if you continue to want to be performer, 不计 play 古筝、古琴, you can pursue that way. And if you want to be musicology to do more research, more study, actually we will, find an advisor, just go to that direction. And then I feel in the 21st century, Chinese composition actually taking a very important, visible role in the world of music development. So I think the Chinese style composition is a rather interesting, there's a lot of things you can learn to study. So that's why we have those 3 different concentrations. And of course, students may come, it's a 2 years degree, so students may come want to play instrument, but at the same time want to do some research. The idea in general is, I believe, Chinese music has more than 5,000 years history, but in the West, to study Chinese music, the Chinese music studies is really still not very, what do you say, it's a major area, and it's really depending on which professor in which college to do. So I think by this way, I hope we can gradually to educate the higher education scholars to focus on Chinese music studies or Chinese music compositions in the West. Then we can create better this Chinese music studies in the higher education. So that's the idea. So I'm so happy to have the scholars here and to join us to discuss this. Actually, I hope in the end of the day we can discuss this, how we can bring all the force together in the West, like yourself, and under our umbrella to really create some kind of Chinese music base or studies. And so that's it's a really I'm really looking forward to talk to our scholars. And for this morning, we're going to have the first time, we have never tried this, we'll have 2 graduate students to present their lecture recital. So for the master degree, we require the student, end of the first year, they should give a lecture recital. The lecture recital is, by the name, you can see it's a lecture and a recital. So it's a 1 hour long, and we require them to have a 25 minutes discussion of their topic, and more in the academic line, and then 25 minutes play of their chosen. So that's is a lecture and a recital. It's, the idea is to make them can speak in public, can introduce Chinese music in public, and same time they are practitioner, they can play. So that's the idea. Then those are 50 minutes, then there's 10 minutes question and answer. So that's the format of the lecture recital. And today we have 2 students, and they're going to do their lecture recital. Both of them are first year master degree students, and both of them are in Guqin major. So that's, and then what I'm thinking is today, instead of question and answer on each of them 10 minutes, I would like just let them present their lecture and recital, and then we can, in the end, we can have a 20 minutes to give two of them some critique. So that's probably they can learn more, and then we just have a question and answer. So with that critique, that including their presentation and their research focus, and maybe their performing style, whatever you like to give them advice or ask them questions. I think that all will be good. So now we can start our lecture recital session. All right, thank you very much.
Dear professors, scholars, and fellow students, good morning. It's a really great honor for me to stand here and present my lecture recital as a part of this conference. I'm Wang Zhe, and you can also call me Bryan. The title of my presentation is From the Notation to the Sound, Fingering Interpretation in Contemporary Guqin Pieces. So this is the score of a contemporary Guqin concerto, 秋浦荣宾图. The first line, as you can see, is the Guqin part. I once showed it to one of my traditional Guqin teachers, and she was really surprised. She asked, "How can you play this piece without any fingering information on the score?" Her question reveals a problem in playing these contemporary Guqin pieces. The traditional Guqin tablature on the left is called 简字谱, that is shorthand tablature, which records fingerings in detail. Each tablature cluster, as we can see, the cluster from here, it contains many information details, like describing which finger to use, where to play, and with which technique to play. But it doesn't show the precise pitch or the durational values as the Western notation does. In the 20th century, Chinese Guqin musicians started to transcribe the traditional tablature into the Western style notation. So here we have the double line notation, contains both the Western notation and the traditional tablature from here. So the Western notation records the specific rhythm interpreted by players. Like here, this version is interpreted by Yao Bingyan in 1957. Let's return to this piece. You can see that in contemporary pieces, only the Western notation is used without any traditional tablature. Here, I need to define that in my studies, the contemporary Guqin pieces refer to the Guqin pieces composed by professional composers in Western notation only, after 1949, that is the founding of the PRC. Sometimes the composer will show some short notes about the fingering information, like here, we have 大幅柔弦, which means the big vibrato. But in most cases, the fingering information is just omitted. Like, it doesn't show where or like with which finger and with what kind of technique you play this D. So, with the notational shift from the traditional tablature to the Western notation, the fingering guidance almost disappeared. So players have to interpret their own fingerings by themselves. However, I need to emphasize that on the Guqin, the fingering is a really important bridge between the notation, especially the Western notation, and to the actual sound effect. Based on the same Western notation, there are many fingering alternatives on the Guqin. The same notes in the Western notation can be played in different ways like in different positions and with different techniques. I will show you. So now we know a good fingering interpretation or a fingering design and choice is so important to good music. However, little research attention has been paid to this topic. Like a few master theses discuss this topic based on some case analysis, but fail to summarize a general framework of how to interpret those fingerings based on Western notation. And textbooks and monographs which discuss the Guqin techniques only explore the fingerings per se, but don't discuss the interpretation of the Western scores. And here an exception is Yin Li Xin's book section. She divides fingering interpretation into 3 steps, but she only gives examples of rearranging folk songs on the Guqin instead of interpreting newly composed pieces. So, based on this background, my question is, how should Guqin players interpret their fingerings when reading Western scores, given that Guqin music in such notation has little guidance on fingerings? I suggest that they should both value musicality as their primary goal and use as a practical approach as possible. My findings are based on the autoethnographic analysis of my interpretation of 3 contemporary works that I will play for you, and focusing on my marginal notes on my scores and retrospection. My first suggestion is that Guqin players should value musicality most. Making effective music is the most important factor that they should always bear in mind. I will explain how to achieve musicality through a good fingering choice in these 3 aspects. And from now on, I will sit down and explain to you while playing. On the Guqin, the same pitch of an individual note can be played in 3 basic timbres. It can be played on an open string like, or a stop string, or as a harmonic. And on the other hand, the same stop string tone can also be played in different positions on different strings with slightly different timbres, like and you can tell the difference of the timbre difference, like which is brighter and the latter ones are dimmer. Or the same stop string pitch can be pressed by different fingers, producing different timbres, especially in the upper register, like. And that is the difference of the timbres. And in this case, I have seen many players play the G, the B flat, and the C in the red box as open string tones, because it's really easier to play, only involves the right hand plucking. But if not deliberately muted, the open string tones will linger on until they naturally disappear, like shown in this score. So in this approach, the player fails to produce the 16th rest here. It will sound like this one. My solution is to play the G on open string 4 and the latter notes on stop string tones. In this way, I only need to first play this open string and put the left hand on the string at the rest, 16th rest, so it can naturally mute the open string 4 and prepare for the following 2 notes. But more importantly, I need to stress the importance of musicality here. It's like here is more concerns about phrasing. Like the 2 F's here in the blue box are emphasized by syncopation in Chinese, 切分, like a little climax here. So I interpret the previous 3 notes as a transition to this little climax. In this light, my approach sounds livelier because the all open string version sounds too strong. It's too strong to have such a transitional effect. And I will show you once again with the 2 F's later. Another is, and with my approach, the stop string tones can be a little bit weaker, both in volume or in timbre, and make such a transition. Besides the timbres of the individual notes, the same melody in Western notation can also be played with different techniques. For instance, like there are 2 adjacent notes like A and G, I can pluck with my right hand twice. I can link them as a portamento. I can play the first one as the right hand plucking and the second one as left hand pizzicato. So the same melody can be played in at least the 3 ways. And here's the case. I need to say, although not standardized, the composers tend to use slurs in Chinese 连线, especially those involving only 2 or 3 notes, to indicate the use of portamento, 发音. We can see the Guqin part has a lot of slurs here and here and a lot of here. But my concern is, it is not the markings, but the musicality that determines the choice of techniques. So we must consider the musical context here. Let's see the notes in the box. They are not marked with slurs. But do we have to play them separately, like all without any portamento, like this? It's not too bad. And if we try to play them as 2 portamentos, the B flat in a syncopation here, it's too weak because it is the ladder note in the portamento. And it should be stronger because the place here is in syncopation, it needs to be emphasized. So let's try the first 2 notes in portamento and the rest in separate pluckings. And now the B flat can be stressed, and this is ideal for me because it sounds more variable and colorful. But most importantly, the latter 2 notes can contrast with the first portamento, so the syncopation here can be stressed even more. So you can see that there is no portamento version in the score, and all of them played with portamento, and the only first 2 was the portamento. So this is the actual sound effect shown in the Western score. And my third concern is about the octave, because sometimes the player needs to adjust the octave of a note in order to achieve better musicality. This is partly due to the composer's insufficient knowledge of the Guqin's instrumentation. If possible, the player should discuss with the composer whether such adjustment will better express his or her concerns. In this case, if the original octave of the D in the red box, if we keep the original octave, it can be played on the open string 7 like this. But according to a study on Guqin digital analysis by Ma Zhichao, a contemporary researcher, the stop string notes on thinner strings have more high frequency overtones, so they sound brighter, as I showed you before, the different locations on different strings. While the second D here is at the focal point of the melody. It means the highest point. So it is proper to highlight this D with a brighter timbre on a thinner string, such as string 7. But however, if I play the first D on the open string 7, and then play the second D on the same string, the latter will mute the former. But if I change the first D to an octave lower on open string 2, and then play the second D on string 7, or maybe you add a little ornamental portamento here, the open string bass note can resonate until it disappears, while the higher D can echo with the lower D. The interval between the D2 and D4 is a 15th. It's like so large, but it doesn't sound as large as on other instruments like the piano. It is because, mentioned by contemporary Guqin scholars Xie Junren and Liu Chenghua, the vibrating portion of the Guqin string is really long, so that brings about really strong overtones. As we know, when I play this D2 on open string, we not only hear the fundamental frequency of D2, but also hear the overtones mixed in the sound. Like there are many octaves. Like these harmonics also rings at the same time when I play this open string. And there are more perfect fifths they hear. And those really strong overtones ring at the same time, and they make the octave sound ambiguous. Liu Chenghua also points out that in traditional repertoire, the large intervals like the octaves or the 15ths, they are often played with open string tones, and they are commonly used to create a really beautiful resonance. Like here, I will show you the Mei Hua Sen Nong part. Like in the second line, and when traditional Guqin pieces like the Mei Hua Sen Nong are rearranged on other instruments like the Chinese vertical flute Xiao, these octaves and 15ths just become unisons, 同度. So these large intervals are not to emphasize the huge leaps in the melody, but to create a rich sonority here. So in summary, to make a good fingering interpretation, we should always remember to achieve musicality and consider timbre, technique, and octave issues. While attaching importance to musicality, we should also consider practical problems, because without practical fingering choices, musicality cannot be guaranteed. An ideal fingering choice is not only easier to play, but also produces the highest level of musicality. First, the player should avoid those error-prone fingering choices, because mistakes, of course, will ruin musicality. I admit that we should try new techniques through trial and error to develop the techniques. But we should also care about practicality, because if there is an easier way to achieve the same, even the better musicality, why bother playing those techniques or those choices totally beyond our ability? Let's see this case. It's composed of really fast 16ths, And with the standard tuning 正调定弦 of C, D, F, G, A, C, D, all the notes can be played on open strings. But if I do so, my right hand must jump over and over again, like this. So it's really awkward when I'm doing this and easy to make mistakes. So we can also notice that in this excerpt, the C and D repeat a lot, and those higher notes in the red boxes change. So I choose to play these higher notes on string 3 instead of those many open strings. So in this way, the C and Ds are played on open string 1 and 2, and the higher notes on 3. I only use 3 adjacent strings to play this melody, which is easier and less likely to make mistakes. And more importantly, the higher stop string notes are naturally distinguished from the open string timbres of the C and D, so making the music more colorful. So my approach can be not only easier to play, but also achieving the better musicality. On the other hand, the player should also value musicality over ease. Let's imagine there's a way that can achieve better musicality, and although it is not that easy, it can be played through enough practice. So in this way, the players shouldn't just make an easier choice regardless of musicality. In this case, some players play the 2 notes in the red boxes as left-hand pizzicato. It seems really reasonable and easy to play because you produce the harmonic C first with the left hand, and then the left hand can conveniently pull the same string to make the open string tone. It's so natural, but as I mentioned above, we can't value ease over musicality, and here we see allegro, and the pulse is in rapid eighth notes. So it's better to clearly articulate each note. But no matter how strong I play the left hand pizzicato, it's naturally weaker and more blurry than the open string tone, which will undermine the lively pulse here in eighth notes. But if I play these 2 lower C and D flat as right hand pluckings, we can make it really clear. Instead of it's more blurry and dimmer. And although I think the octaves here are not to make the rich sonority as in traditional tablature, as I mentioned before. They really emphasize the huge leaps, the octave leaps. So to produce such leaps, we better to clearly articulate the higher and the lower B flat to make a contrast. So compared with the blurry left hand pizzicato, the right hand plucking sounds clear. But to be honest, this approach is a little harder than the left pizzicato, because it's easier for the right hand to pluck the open string too strongly. Because harmonics is naturally weaker than those open strings, and if you just play it randomly, it will sound imbalanced between the harmonics and the open strings. But I think the players can just be cautious and play it with practice and enough attention and control. And I think all the players can do this through practice. So in summary, the practicality complements my previous emphasis on musicality. If players choose an approach that can ideally achieve good musicality, but is much beyond their ability to play without any mistakes. So in this way, this approach is not practical for me. because once mistakes occur, they will ruin musicality. But on the other hand, players shouldn't make easy fingering choices at the expense of musicality. So, in conclusion, when Guqin players interpret their fingerings based on Western notation, they should value musicality as their primary goal, and practicality as the secondary goal. For one thing, musicality is the most important. To attain this goal, players should consider the tempo choice, technique choice, and octave adjustment. For another, while valuing musicality over all other factors, players should also avoid error-prone fingerings that can compromise accuracy and thus musicality. So they should not only make fingerings based on pragmatism, but also strive to achieve the highest level of musicality. My lecture recital contributes to both performers and composers' understanding of how to arrange for the Guqin. For players, it is a reminder of the factors that they should always bear in mind. They can reflect on whether their fingering choices can achieve both musicality and practicality. For composers, it provides insights into the instrumentational knowledge of the Guqin from a player's perspective, as well as the details about what techniques work and why. So, in this slide, my presentation can also be a plausible starting point for a comprehensive study of arranging for the Guqin in composition. I have found many instrumentational monographs solely for an individual instrument, like solely for the violin or the Chinese dulcimer Yangqin. But as for the Guqin, I can only find a few pages of really basic, rudimentary introduction in instrumentational and orchestrational books. So in the future, maybe in my PhD studies, I can work on a Guqin instrumentational monograph to elaborate on the traditional and contemporary Guqin techniques with sufficient score and recording samples, and develop a system of the Guqin timbral and technical markings so that composers can note all the fingering details they expect without a thorough grasp of traditional tablature. So here is the end of my presentation, my lecture part, and now I will play the 3 pieces for you. Please enjoy.
with our second student, Ray.
Hello everyone, my name is Wenrui Shi. This is the first time I have given a lecture like art, and I'm the first year Master of Art in Chinese music and culture. And I'm very honored to do this lecture to listen on the sections the academic scholar present here. And my lecture topic is the greatest note has the faintest the greatest music has the faintest notes, 大音希声, the blend living in Guqin music and its contemporary development. This is my thesis statement. In this lecture recital, I want to investigate the cultural value and musical expression of blend living through the following insights. First, how important to focus on musicality to show its cultural value. And second, how blend living in Guqin music allows for better aesthetic expression. Next, how this artist expression can connect between artist and listeners. And this is my contents. I will divide it several aspects to do this lecture. First is introduction. Next is historical concept of blend living in music. First is Western music, and next is Chinese art. And I will divide it painting, calligraphy, and music. And in Guqin music, I divided the special notation of Guqin music and free rhythm. And third is pointillism and blend living. Next question is we will talk about the criticism of contemporary blend living in Guqin music, the challenge we are facing, and my opinions for the future. Next is conclusion. First is introduction. I have studied the Guqin for nearly 10 years and have often wondered about the relationship between the sign and silence in Guqin music. So before I begin, I would like to share with you a poem that describing blend living, which I think express my feelings about blend living very well. A free Guqin's notes is four, as if heaven and earth are speaking. Can you hear the breeze between heaven and the earth through the Guqin music? And it's in my poem, in my music, my Guqin music, a pause is not just a stop, a moment of silence. It is impulse of accumulate force. It is not just a stop, but you can feel it with better. Behind this more endless, like a desert, a great stream is risen. Introduction of Guqin. Guqin music is traditional Chinese music genre that is deeply influenced by traditional culture of Confucianism and Taoism. It is representative of traditional Chinese music and developed Chinese music aesthetic to the extreme. I translated the term Liu Bai in English as blend living. In English, there are some other translations, white space, black space. Next, we will talk about historical concept of blend living in music. In contrast, the blend living in Western music is often intended to add to the momentum of the piece, giving it a sense of heaviness. If the blend living in Chinese music is falling water, the blend living in Western music is high mountains. In Western music, blend living is representative through rest, and I will show two examples. First, we can see Beethoven's Pathetic has put a lot of empty beats, and the silent rest makes people feel not silence, but boundless heaviness, a a silence so oppressive that they can't breathe. Let's listen. Next is example 2. When discussing contemporary Western music and silence, Junke's 4 minutes 33 seconds is often mentioned. Junke was American composer and music theorist. However, the piece is not entirely silent, as it includes sign from the audience and the concert hall. According to Cage, this sign as a real beauty of the music. Cage was heavily influenced by Eastern philosophy, particularly the idea of the greatest music has the faintest notes, as described by Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu was a famous Chinese philosopher during the 5th century before BC. This topic will be further explored in my thesis paper. Next, we talk about blank living in Chinese art. The art of blank living is an essential aspect of Chinese aesthetic that connects many aspects of Chinese culture, including painting, calligraphy, and music. Chinese art is concerned with the word 气力生动, and it must be expressed by the blank living. Spiritual imagination is a very important aspect of Chinese art culture, and I have mentioned that these words are difficult to translate, so I had to borrow Professor Ye's translations, which express the beauty of the Guqin spiritual imagination very well. Purity, subtlety, blandness, romanticness all created the spiritual imagination in Chinese art culture. First is Qing. Purity conveys a mode of purity and ethereality. Wei. Subtlety is expressed through quiet volume, ethereal tone, and slow tempo. Dan. Blandness contains the rich cultural connotation and the virtuous reality of Chinese music. Yuan. Remoteness results in long and soothing musical effect that leads the listener's thoughts and moves into the distance beyond the strings and rhythm. Next is Chinese ink painting. The blank living in Chinese ink paintings is an important element. There is no magnificent and dense inking, just a few sparse strokes, a grass, a tree, a mountain, a water, a person, and a boat. That is to outline a far-reaching picture, attracting people's infinite imagination. And we can see this picture. In this picture, there is lone boat, and all the blank living is left outside. However, it makes people feel that the waves are vast and full of water. Next is Chinese calligraphy. We can see this picture. The dots and the lines within calligraphy generates an abundance of black and blank space. The use of kubi increases the blank area and make dense. And in music, blank living emphasizes the space between notes, sign, and silence. Blank living is a technique that involves living silence and allows for perceptual understanding in the music. The theoretical basis of the art of blank living in Chinese scholarship can be traced back to Lao's musical idea, 大音希声, which emphasizes the unity of virtual and the real in music. This concept of unity in music is reflected in the practice of blank living, which creates a balance between sign and silence. And in this piece, 平沙落雁, 平沙落雁's melody is good expression of the spiritual imagination characteristics of Guqin music in Chinese culture. Examples like this in Guqin music, and I think they all have to do with proper use of blank living in music. Only by combining reality and imagination can music come to life and be a living melody. And next, blank living in Guqin music. The special notation of Guqin music. When it comes to the blank living of the Guqin, we have to mention the special way of notation of the Guqin. The use of Guqin's free rhythm style and notation nest reflects a cultural and value orientation distinct from the Western system of free size notation. The Guqin score is not as free size as Western pentatonic score, but it offers performers more creative freedom. Guqin music's rhythmic features and characterized by a following uneven and scattered structure, and the length of the phrase depends on completeness of the idea and the phrase. Guqin music is often phrased with irregular beat changes, reflecting the rhythm of life. According to Wen Guang in the Yushen Wushi Qingpu, we will have two special ways of recording scores. First is dividing bars by phrase. Second is irregular compose. First, dividing bars by phrase improves free form in harmony with human breath. It sounds harmonic and beautiful, like an ancient poem full of phonetic beauty and catchy. Irregular sandwiching of 3/4 and 2/4 beats with 3/8 and 5/8, which double the tempo. The late changes in the rhythm of the music tend to be more natural and richer, and the ability to express the natural pulse of complex inner emotion is stressed, and the musical moment undulate and contrast significantly. In this way, it reflects the Guqin rhythm and blank living of the Guqin. According to Wen Guang, he said the frequent changes in the speed of beat reflect the typical late speed wheel, 持速观, of the emotional physiological record mask. And the second half of Mo's bass is basically irregular popular compose, which I will play later in the lecture recital. Next, we will talk about blank living in Guqin music with free rhythm. Free rhythm is similar to Western music like rubato. For instance, Autumn Geese. In the 15th stanza of Autumn Geese, the rhythm of the scattered plants enters slower than before, with a clear sense of alternative, and gradually moves the allegro position in soprano range, and the piece gradually improved. And next, we talk about pointillism and blank living. Guqin is a spiritual, pure, and infinitely varied art form characterized by lightness, sparseness, and freedom. Its use of pointillistic singing creates endless space and rhythm, while the use of blank living allows for varied reveries. The ethereal nature of Guqin music gives rise to a unique and elegant artist role. Pointillism and blank living of Guqin music. In Guqin music, the above-mentioned pointillism masks are mainly divided in two categories, polyphonic and monophonic. The polyphonic and monophonic part of pointillism in music creates a distinct and fascinating sound. The blank living left by the composer is an organic and indispensable part of the work that adds concentration and emotion to the music. The entertainment pointillist gives the music two parts. First is imagination, 虚, and next is reality, 实. Look at these two examples on the right. The alternating use of monophonic and polyphonic parts gives the music texture and enhances impression. Blank living also adds meaning to the rhythm and creates a sense of weight and important, allowing for better emotional expression and more vivid musical experience. Overall, this results in enhanced artistic expression and a deeper connection between artist and listener. By analyzing the distribution pattern of polyphonic parts in Guqin pieces, the following types can be summarized. First is progressive. It is pointillism technique of gradual dissonance and sparseness. It is sparse form when stating, a dense form when developing, and a sparse form when ending. An example is falling water. This is a structured summary of the flowing water. The diagram shows sparse and sparse pattern in the polyphonic part of the work, reflecting the gradual sinking of Chinese music. Stanza 1 to 5 use harmonic strokes and wrote flickering patterns, converging into a river. The 6th and 7th stanza represent a climax of surging water through mountains, salting down like a passing boat with aftershocks, symbolizing gradual growth. And second is alternating. Alternating polyphonic and monophonic parts. The following example is Baihu. The dotted and no-dotted melodies form an accusatorial effect of reality and identity, interdependence, contrast, and transformation. The polyphony of Guqin music and the blank living form a point-to-point artistic effect, in which one can comprehend the sign beyond the strings and the music beyond the sign. Next, we will talk about contemporary blend living in Guqin music. First, we can say a common phenomenon in Chinese Guqin circle prioritize cultural over music, and it results in poor rhythmic and imitation skills. Then we have to wonder why this phenomenon occurs. And I summarized in several points. First is too much emphasis on tradition and schools. Many contemporary Guqin players erroneously give priority to achieve purity, subtlety, blandness, romanticness over musicality, which leads to a lack of basic skills. In recent time, numerous Guqin players has undertaken efforts to revive their schools. This has resulted in the formation of several smaller and larger communities. And next is only use oral teaching method, co-transmission. And third is to avoid techniques or not to develop techniques and new compositions. During my undergraduate studies, I have had various practical experience in teaching, performing, and developing. And I have found many people believe that playing contemporary compositions on the Guqin is to ruin the instrument. There is a common phenomenon and misconception among those who study the Guqin. In general, and this is my opinion for the future. In general, the conflict between the cultural and musical aspect of Guqin music is a topic to discussion. Many people tend to separate these two aspects. The Guqin should put musicality before cultural significance. And such as Professor Zhao mentioned that comprehensive understanding of musicality is necessary to appreciate the instrument's delicate qualities and the use of space. And people who are truly confident in the culture they hold will not resist the other schools. And next one, I must mention that the importance to use co-transmission in Guqin teaching method. And we should be acknowledged while also following the logical structure of the music in the qingpu, in the score, and emphasizing the musicality. And finally, with regarding a new composition in Guqin music, we should not only consider its impact on the development of Guqin music in today's society, but also think about how future generations in 2 or 3 centuries will feel about the lack of representative Guqin piece of 20th and 21st century after playing Guqin. Therefore, the creation of new Guqin composition is of great importance for the present and the future. The development and the transmission of the Guqin is a responsibility that each of us contemporary Guqin students should take on. What I found rewarding was the chamber music performance class we had every week this semester, where we explored many ways to combine the Guqin with Chinese and Western music, Western instrument in chamber music. For me, having studied Chinese music in the American, the form of performance, combine Western instrument with Eastern music is refreshing and unique. And it is a very new experiment and a challenge. At the same time, they all have a lot of practice. Next is conclusion. The works of Chinese Guqin music embody the essence of traditional Chinese music culture, and their unique aesthetic beauty represent the highest pursuit of musical aesthetics. Pursuing the aesthetic of blend living of Guqin music in both ancient and contemporary world requires a deep cultural foundation. Therefore, we we should pay more attention to the musicality of Guqin music in order to better grasp the aesthetic of Chinese music. In addition to learning and understanding the cultural of traditional ethnic music and various aesthetic taste in things, Lao Tzu's philosophical and aesthetic thought, 大音希声, has been inherited for thousands of years and has had profound influence. Although the true sound of Asian Chinese music cannot be heard today, we can still explore its essence through various written descriptions. As contemporary people, we should inherit and carry forward the aesthetic of land living in Guqin and let it shine in contemporary works. And I will perform this two pieces. Thank you.
So what you're going to do is you're going to invite the 217.
When we had the big meeting.
Okay. 激动啊 ，OK, it's very big step, 对吧？是很重要的一步。I think it's a good start. I think your topic is very interesting. 就是应该就是怎么样再去把它从这个逻辑上，从音乐学的角度，是吧？不是只从感性，而是从这种理性啊去应该去说一说。OK， 那我们去217。我们去217。
Conservatory Performance Space.
Conservatory Performance
Yes.
Space. And the building is called?
It's the László Z Bitó building.
Bitó building.
Bitó Conservatory Building, CPS or Conservatory Buildings.
Thank you.
你等一下，让我先生跟你说。
It's the László Z Bitó building. And it's right in the theater, which comes out. It's László Bitó. And remember it was from Annabelle Street, you're on Annabelle Street, and then it goes on to yeah.
Instruction is
Instructions in
你们那个导航先把这个后的名字放进去，他应该可以找得到。有问题再打给我好了。OK， 我现在我待会打给你好，因为我有写上那个 driving direction。
下来。他们就是总算讨论。忙吗？还好还好。开这个会。We're going to start at 1:10.
Did I turn one up?
Yes, 1:10. Well, it's the same thing. So
No, it's just
we have to
Great, you drive 3 hours to walk.
The last part was
Okay.
I live in Normandy.
I know. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we were just about to start. We already did session in the morning.
Yeah.
And yes, the last night was really good. Tonight, I don't know how long to stay.
I'm not sure if I can stay
I know.
for the evening time. Is it in this
Let's
room?
see. In different rooms. I will just want to find out we can talk. Maybe in the room. Okay. Yeah. But what I'm you can imagine that next year.
Oh, it'll be one by one. The tricky part was, I'm gonna he said,
Yeah, I have a CD.
when I get here, I'll.
Okay.
They can look at that. I'm gonna say something about this.
Oh, great. Yeah.
So the idea was that
Yeah,
if that fits, then you don't have
Catherine, right?
to see that.
Yeah.
Really excited about talks about next year.
The Catherine. Yeah.
Oh, the other thing.
Yeah, exactly. So you
You can scroll it down.
withdraw
You can scroll it down. I mean, if you
Yeah.
then scroll it down as you go.
Great. Yeah. All right. Good. We'll talk. Yeah. And you're first, right? Mingmei first.
Can I just put this over there on the this? Okay, let's continue. I don't know where are our students. We should ask them to come. Now we have the afternoon sessions. There's going to be 2 sessions, and as some of you already know, during the lunch we already have some debate. You know, the debate about the tradition and contemporary, debate about music and the score, debate of almost everything. So it's I think it's fascinating and exciting. So music is what I say is a living art. So it's only when you hear it, there's music. So that's it gives so endless of possibilities. But you still need to follow what the possibilities are, right? You need to follow your belief and your instinct of the music, what the music should be. It doesn't matter it's come from 1,000 years ago or written from yesterday. The music needs to be interpreted. So that's, I think, is very important. That's what we're going to discuss. And in the afternoon now, I want to introduce Professor Mingmei. She is our very own. I've been teaching at U.S. China Music Institute in the past 4 or 5 years. And she is a Guqin master and also a Guqin scholar, wrote quite a few books about Guqin and so on. She was trained as a musicologist and had a PhD from University of Paris, Sorbonne, and I've been teaching in Hong Kong and elsewhere before she joined us. So now, Mingmei.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi everyone, thank you very much. I'm very honored to be here to talk. Actually, it's my, I think, second time academic presentation at Bard. I don't remember. Anyway, so today my title is From Private Chin Studio to Concert Stage, Literati versus Conservatory Transmission. So today is talking about how to transmit the Chin transmission. I mean, that's mean the teaching and the learning. I just read first. Transmission of the Qin was mentioned as early as in the Western Han Dynasty in Liu Xiang's Qin Shuo. I mean, he listed, number 1, talent to teach, 善传授 as one of the 7 important requirements of Qin play. If you play very well, you need to transmit your knowledge, right? You don't want to just hide it within himself and then you don't benefit anyone. So you have to teach. And traditional Qin handbooks also listed not willing to teach. If I'm very good, but I don't want to teach. 不以法度教人 as one of the 9 inauspicious things. 就不祥. Why? Because without transmission, because if you don't teach, we don't have teachers, any form of art will decline. Think about it, right? No one teach. Art cannot preserve. You need to teach. You need teachers. It is the role of teachers to preserve traditions. Today, there are 2 kinds of Qin transmission because we have the conservatory transmission and we also have Literati, which is a much longer tradition, 就是文人的一个传授，跟那个音乐学院派的我们称为一个传授。So both forms of transmission share the following. Number 1, oral and tablature transmission, 口传谱授. As we all know, you learn Qin, you need to learn from a tablature, right? And this tablature is from my Qin teacher, 蔡德庸老师的一个谱啊，叫音音希琴谱. So when she taught me or taught her other students, she based heavily, actually not heavily, but on tablature transmission. That means you have to learn from the tablature. So she explained the fingerings, you know, rhythm not that much, but mostly the fingerings. And then, of course, when she explained about the tablature, you know, the fingerings, she has to talk. So it's oral and tablature transmission. 口传谱授，一定要有谱，不是口传心授的那种。And the second, no, same thing. 为什么这么重要呢？因为有一句话啊 it's a famous saying, 谱传音。Okay, tablature notation transmits the notes. You see the notes from the tablature. But the teacher's verbal explanation, the teacher's words transmit the spirit or the flavor. Right? Okay, so let's look at the text that I put in here. 口传yun means that true essence of Qin music would not be found in physical tablature, right? You look at the tablature, that's not music, that's some kind of dead signs or symbols, it's not music. Only through the heart mind transmission of the teacher, then the tablature can come alive. The second one, in Qin music, yun, 就是情韵的韵, refers to lingering tones, 声跟韵, sound and lingering sounds. And yun in Guqin music include vibrato, 引挠，这个都是韵的错注。不如王者你替我 demonstrate 一下，我就引挠错注就行了，引挠错注就行。因为我就整个跑来跑去，引挠错注。This we call lingering tones. Lingering tones. 一个引挠错。Okay, thank you. You sit on the front row, so in case I need you. Okay, so in Literati, as you can tell, the first note, dan, is a solid tone, xi yin. But then the rest, we refer it to lingering tone. Dan, those are the yun. And those are referred to as empty notes. They're empty because you don't play with the right hand. You don't get a solid tone. So these are the yun. Okay, and other microtonal decorative tunes. 腔韵卫视的几法旋律 okay? And all those long gliding tones with a lot of microtones inside, these are all we call the yun, except the first note. So these are melodies, the gliding tones, demonstrate a gliding tones, a long gliding tones. One, two. Demonstrate a long gliding tones. 长滑音，随便了，什么流水什么都可以的，一个长滑音。长滑音。
就很多走手音
对。
Like the first influential.
可以。这个还不是长滑音。我来。这个是音啊，这个就是长滑音了啊，长滑音。They are microtonal. That means there are a lot of microtones between two notes. Okay, that's very, very important. Aesthetic characteristics in Qin music, microtones. 那个腔韵音，有些人叫，或者是那个叫什么位分音，这个是非常重要。要没有这个位分音，情没有这么好听，不好听。Okay, so that's why Western musicians in earlier centuries they looked down upon Qin music, and then those microtones are the tones fallen between the cracks of the piano, because they don't exist on the pianos. That's what they describe the microtones. So they all belong to the empty aspect of Qin music. In other words, the yun are not notes which form the main melody, but lingering tones that contribute to a piece's stylistic embellishments. If you take away all the lingering tones, 有一句话嘛，古琴正趣，伴在吟挠。The essence of Qin music lies half in playing the yin and the now. These are decorative notes, you don't need them. They're not the primary notes, okay? But they contribute to a piece's stylistic embellishment, so it's very, very important. Yun could also refer to a compositional performance, flavor, spirit, and unique style, 就是韵味这个意思啦。Okay, second, oral and hand finger transmission. 口传指授我不是谱授哈。Actually, my teacher, 蔡老师，他就是口传指授非常重要。Okay, what does that mean? That means oral and hand finger transmission. You learn by closely imitating your teacher, closely observing your teacher, how they play, how their finger moves, how the hand posture, etc. Okay. Verbal explanation accompanied by repeated demonstration. 口传So repeated demonstrate, the fingering that you need to play. So you just observe your teacher. Okay, I don't know whether I have time to read this one. This is my teacher's writing in her book about how she learned the Qin from her teacher, which is very famous 沈草龙蔡老师. Okay, 那么他怎么讲呢？我就快一点吧。During the lesson, my teacher, 蔡老师, not me, okay? During the lesson, my teacher, that means 沈草龙, will first teach a few phrases by demonstrating fingerings, meaning what? 沈草龙老师 did not give 蔡老师 any notation. 不给你谱啊，就是我弹 弹啊平沙什么都好，我弹几句，你就 imitate. Okay, he would demonstrate a fingering 3 times, never more than that. I would stand by, watching his hands direction and listening to each phrase rhythm. After finishing, teacher would stand up, let me sit down to play. If I made an error, he would correct me until my playing was accurate. Then we'd teach a few more phrases. After that, I'm not going to read the whole thing. After several repeated visits to her teacher, so finally she learned. That means what? No notation. You don't learn no notation, you learn by imitating your teacher. That is absolutely important, in my opinion. Especially as a beginner. Beginner, you don't have your creativity, you don't have your originality, you imitate. 就是我们你画画也是嘛，你临嘛，你就磨啊，你磨你老师抄啊，就是这样的开始的啊。Okay, this is the highest level of transmission. It's oral and heart-mind transmission because in the sinology circle, 心就是翻译 heart-mind, not just heart, not just mind, heart-mind most of the time. 口传心授，口传心授 no notation, no demonstration, you just get it. One day you just enlighten to the whole thing. I had this experience. You struggle with the piece, you practice 1,000 times, suddenly one day you got it. Oh, I got it. It just appears. I mean, the fingering, I just got it right. You just get it. So, 就是口传心授. No physical, nothing physical in between you and music. You just get it. 天人合一啦，那这个就最高的境界。好。Because I'm rushing, I don't have enough time. However, literary transmission emphasizes on 2 additional ways. 就是文人呢多了2样，不过我就跟我的学生谈过，他们说应用学院也有的啊。那我老师呢就非常注重这个传授方式，就是对谈。比如说赵老师，你们有没有对谈啊？都有，所以都有的啊。Unison playing 就是齐奏了，那演出的话就叫齐奏，自己弹的时候就对弹。那么这个呢，就是我跟蔡老师对谈。And 蔡老师的 transmission, her method actually is mainly on 对弹 because she didn't say much, no oral, very little. Of course, she has to explain a little bit fingering, right? But basically, no oral. 对弹 until you get it, okay? And I like it a lot. And this picture was taken, as you can see, 93, exactly 30 years ago. Okay, and Bell, as we know all about him, a famous Chinese music scholar, he described how he did the 对弹 with Chai Lao Si. This is a quote from Bell Yong. As she and I then played in unison, I could rapidly learn to correct my tone, pitch, posture, and most importantly, rhythmic subtlety. That is very important because Chai Lao Si's playing is so subtle and so fast. We call her hands magic hands because you cannot watch how she did it, but she did it. So we don't know how she did it, so you have to observe, and play with her all the time until you get it. There's subtlety. These corrections were achieved through observation, both visual and also oral. So the second paragraph is my writing. Unison playing can be thought of as transmission through the heart mind. 就是说，对弹或者是齐奏呢，也是心传的一种 because it's no verbal, no physical temperature. It's just you play with the teacher. I like that a lot. Okay, the literary 比较古板古老。They still emphasize a lot on moral transmission, but the conservatory people emphasize on that maybe. Oh really? Yeah, that's very important. Especially Thailand, very, very important. If you don't have a good moral quality, leave, please. I don't want to teach you, okay? For traditional literary, virtue is due to quality they most value in students. In principle, if a student lacks moral character, the teacher would hint him or her to discontinue. As Bell Yong wrote about Chai Lao Si, by ways of choosing students, how Chai Lao Si picked the students. She has said to me once that her criteria in choosing a student are many that include appealing facial features. 就是长得帅啦，说 appealing facial features 长得好看。Tidy appearance. I think this is a must. You don't want to be very tidy and dirty when you go to take chin lessons. Okay, as a chin person, you want to be what? Elegant. You want to appear elegant all the time. So I always ask my students, dress up. Okay, don't be sloppy. I don't like sloppy. Dress up, and then decorate your chin room. Okay, because that's what you should be. Okay, and a refined disposition. Don't be vulgar. And you talk loud, eat loud, or when you play the chin, you spread your leg. No, I mean. For women, I don't mean men. Okay? Most importantly, one with moral integrity. Okay? So she doesn't want her students to be too vain. Oh, I'm the team player, I'm so wonderful. And to be dishonest or care too much about money and fame. Okay, the literati aesthetics. They have this kind of aesthetic, so that's how they teach the chin. Number one, free-flowing style. And then this is really represented, in my opinion, by Cai Laoshi. Cai Laoshi's style was really free-flowing and elegant. 就是潇洒飘逸 free-flowing and elegant. That's her style. And her personality is the same. Non-metrical rhythm with alternating use of regular and irregular beats. 就是合拍，就是 fixed rhythm， 不等拍或者是等拍混来用的，一定是这样的啊，就不会全部合拍，不会全部不合拍。Okay, a lot of emphasis on 意境 the mood, the poetic image, etc. Okay, the last one, emphasis on gracefulness of hand posture. 手势一定要漂亮，一定要美，一定要优雅啊，手势是很重要的，不能放过。OK， 讲究手势技法的美。Each finger has aesthetic and philosophical connotation because when you study Qin culture, every physical thing, one note, musical phrase, tablature, fingerings, always have something about that, a philosophy behind it, an aesthetic, something spiritual, something metaphysical about the physical, always like that. 指法一样啊，譬如说，所以呢，琴书呢，你们弹琴呢就非常熟悉了啊。譬如说一个手势，the yin is called, they have a poetic image. It's called Kusicata calling during spring, and then the harmonics is 粉蝶符画. So that is very important. And this I want to demonstrate a little bit. Elegant. Actually, maybe I don't need to. Elegant fingerings. When you don't play, you have to sit with your leg. The girls leg and spread. You have to put your hand here. If you don't play with the left hand, don't. Some people do it like that. Do it like that. Do it like that. But the proper way should be like that. Okay, that's all about that. And relax. Okay. Sit there. This is not my chin. This is irregular. Regular. Okay. Okay. This is unattractive hand postures, so we tend to avoid those. And look at this, Literatis, relaxed, gracefully choreographed. This is very important. Gracefully choreographed hand postures. 蔡老师左边那位是蔡老师了。你看蔡老师的手势非常非常漂亮。OK。另外那个大概也知道是谁了，姚公白老师。I mean, I can tell it actually kind of moved me inside when I look at the fingerings and hand posture. 你看姚老师的那个 so relaxed and so graceful. You watch a lot of contemporary players, it's not quite like that. Literati's teaching attributes. Earlier generations of literati treated the qin primarily as an instrument of the Zhao for cultivation, only secondarily as a musical instrument, at least in theory. 就是一般分文人跟那个学院派。Okay, literati emphasis on moral cultivation, right? Cultivation. The qin is a tool to be one with heaven, 天人合一. And then conservative is all technical and virtuoso. Of course, it's not true, okay? If you cross the boundaries, it's not. But it's a general category, it's okay. But the reason some literati stress so much on talking about the Tao and the philosophy is because they don't practice. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? A lot of literati players, they don't practice. They are very bad players, so they have to talk about the Tao to cover up they can't play. But there are another kind. 其实那一种我们叫它是伪文人 fake literati. But the real literati, I know a lot, they're really good players too. They're very, very good players. It's not that they can't play well, but they talk about that, needless to say, at the same time. Second, learn and perform the qin as a solo instrument. Sometimes they play to accompany qin song, qin singing, sometimes erhu, a flute, of course, and that's about it, right? Maybe a small ensemble. But why don't the Literati play with the big orchestra? Why? They don't have the source, the resource. 他没有啊，他人他怎么跟一个乐队啊？你们在音乐学院学的同学老师们 because you learn, you're part of the conservatory, you have the orchestra right at your hand, you can play with the piano, all these professionals to play with it. But literally, how are they going to have the resource, have the whole orchestra for them to play, even they want to? So they don't play with the orchestra. They don't have the resource. Whether they can play, I don't know, but they don't have the resource, number one. They disdain examinations and context. There's a reason for that. There's a reason of that, because they emphasize a lot of 天人合一. 最后, the ultimate goal is cultivation of the Tao, to be one with the Tao. So examination and context is the opposite direction of the Tao. Why? Comfort. I want to beat you down. I want to win you. I want to, okay. But 天人合一就是完成. That's why I'm very open-minded. Anything is fine, as long as you play well, right? However, contemporary literary teachers are more willing to send the students to context and examination, so they can attain recognition in the future, they can teach, they can make a living. I mean, that's the trend you have to follow. So for literati, organize elegant gatherings, small-scale concerts to perform, learn from each other, and discuss the Qin Dao, Tan Qin Ren Dao. There's a third category of, I haven't talked about the conservatory people, the third one. How much time I have? 小放跑了，他也跟我算时间的。Okay, I'll speed up, okay? Actually, the second kind of so-called literary, 我叫它民间情人. I find a lot of translation for this term, but not one satisfactory. So I use this one. Okay, 他们也叫自己文人, but this kind of so-called literary team players, because they're not trained in conservatory, so not conservatory, so I'm a literati, okay? But do they have the knowledge of a literati like my Qin teacher and my teacher's teacher, okay? So I just read, start from here, however, okay? Few of these so-called new literary tune players have the ideals, aspirations, and gracefulness of traditional cultured literati. Look at my Cai Lao Si, so elegant, so learned, okay? And so refined, but these new ones are not like that. They might talk a little bit about philosophy, they pick up from books, but not the same thing. So the new literati, in contrast to the predecessor, established large Qin studios to teach large classes, to 开很大的琴馆. Sometimes they teach even up to 80 students. Think about it. Can you teach 80 students? Can they learn 80 students? So what's the goal of teaching 80 students in one class? To make money. What else, right? I mean, no other reason, okay? Let me skip this, otherwise I don't have time. Okay. Wait, I want to read something else. Okay. So the repertory includes popular TV theme songs which attract students because they're easy to learn and please entertainment. As a result, this trend is becoming like a spectacle. Spectacle 就是一个中文叫什么? It's a spectacle. No more an art, no more a cultivation. It's a spectacle. 奇观, 一个奇观就是一个 oh wow, a spectacle. More than an instrument of self-cultivation, or you play the instrument as an elegant pastime in the past, like literati. But now they do it as a spectacle. So look at this. How grand it is, right? You play on the Great Wall, this is a spectacle.
Where's that?
On the Great Wall. On the Great Wall. So 一个奇观了啊，它就是不是为了艺术，也是就是一个奇观。好了。You see, the Great Wall. I think they have to rent this part of the Great Wall, right? I mean, you can't just go there and put all your tables and chairs. I think you might have even to pay the government a bit of money. And another, what is this? Flash mob art. The Qin become a flash mob art. So is this for cultivation? Is this for the art? No, for attention, right? So it's for a spectacle. And this is some kind of Qin players are like that now anyway, okay? Do I object to that? I don't know. Let me think about it first. I can't tell. It gets some attention from people. That's true. Okay. So now we move on to conservatory. But I have to clarify first. There is not a really dividing line very clear. Oh, this is literary, this is conservatory. No, because literary also some play very, very well professionally. And conservatory, some are very, very learned scholars. You really can't say that like this. I just give a general, okay? summary or whatever. Conservatory training emphasis, of course, number one is technique and virtuosity, right? Because you have to perform, and perform with a big audience. In some ways, they are akin to the ancient professional court musician, 就是古代的琴代教，因为就是 professional 职业琴师 who perform for rituals and also entertainment during imperial court events. Similarly, conservatory students become professional musicians and teachers who perform and teach to make a living. That is a little bit different. As your main livelihood, like depend on you play the tin and you graduate from conservatory. But for the literati, some play and learn, teach the tin full time to make money too. But some they have the main job and then they do it on the side. But conservatory people is your main job already. Okay, so where am I? Okay. And teachers to perform to teach to make a living rather than playing mainly, okay, as an elegant pastime or self-cultivation. This new category, conservatory people, the young people may not know, is a new category in Qin musicians, okay? It didn't exist in the past. It's considered to have begun in 1918 when literati Qin players Wang Lu, Yang Xubai were hired to teach in Beijing University's Music Study Institute, okay? Before that, did we have conservatory-trained Qin musicians? No, we don't have. All literati. That means all this generation of conservatory-trained musicians all came from literati. Of course, no other way. Okay, teaching methods and activities. Okay, number one, they use hybrid notation, but actually literati players also use hybrid. That means traditional Chinese tablature plus Western 5-staff notation, and sometimes even number notation. What do we have? Okay, where's the next one? Okay, now this one I download from online. It's supposed from Central. Is it yours?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So I'm a little bit nervous, but it's really from a conservatory notation. Oh, I like this the best. Why? Because it also has the number notation. I like it much better just with the 5-staff. Because for me, the tin is relative pitch still, so I really prefer the number notation a lot more than the 5-staff. But 5-staff is the trend, you have to use it. No other choice. Okay, attributes, you see your picture already. Unique to conservatory teaching. They demand a learning and practicing schedule. Some conservatory students are required to practice from 3 to 5 hours a day, but I don't think Bart requires that, nor Central Music Conservatory. But I gave a lecture at Xi'an, the student told me at least they have to practice 3 hours a day. So that's why they're better than a lot of literati players, because they play a lot more than you, okay? Students are evaluated by examinations and context, right? Am I right? And the criteria include accurate pitch, rhythm, smoothness, musicality, musicianship. Training includes different settings for performance. You can perform the tin as a solo instrument like the literati, duet, play with other instrument like the piano or whatever. Solo instrument, play with other instrument in a small ensemble or with a big orchestra. And you have to learn a lot of pieces by modern composers, just like we already know about today. So I took this picture before I know you come. I just took it because, oh, such a pretty, because you're so pretty. So I pick it. 我是好色你不要误会，不是这个意思就谁都好色，就是好看的就是喜欢。Okay, did I? Okay. So additional requirements include sight reading. Sight reading never happened for literati. Literati never teach sight reading. I never teach my students sight reading. Why? Because we don't need it. Like Wang Zhe played there, right? You have to sight read a lot of stuff, but literati you don't need. You learn dapu, of course, literati also learn dapu. You have to write thesis, you have assigned list of books on the tin and related materials. This one is interesting, the last one. My observation, if I'm wrong, tell me, okay? Conservative people, a lot dramatic bodily movement and exaggerated facial expression, has gestures, than the literati. Because when I learn the tin, let's say I play Liang Xiaoyi, for example. I have to sit properly, relax, very slowly. Buildings, okay, according to the conservatory. If I play the conservatory style, it will be like that. Something like that, am I right? And a lot of bodily movement and facial expression, and we were not allowed when we played Xiaoxia, because literally consider that not very elegant. Okay. Where am I? Okay. But I can understand, because you play with big orchestra, you play with 1,000 audience, right? And you play with modern pieces, you need all those dramatic gesture, filled with energetic, so to catch attention and then also release your own energy. So it's necessary now, okay? But you play traditional piece, not that much. So, and we know who he is, right? The most famous technique, number one, Chen Leiji Laoshi, okay? So, what is that one that he played? Guqin. If I play like this, my teacher will slap my spouse all the time, cannot do that. Because it's tension, okay? And then this one, Liu Shui. I try to imitate his Liu Shui. I can never go up above my head. 我怎么弹流水都没有飞上去这么厉害. So it's kind of non-traditional. I won't say it's exaggerated hand movements. Oh, comparison. I just go quickly. Maybe I skip this. Okay, conservatory the professional, literati the amateur, right? Some literati claim themselves to be professional. Why? Because they teach full time. They make money from the tune. So I'm professional. Okay, I'm not going to argue. Okay. But traditional, we view the literati as amateur. However, amateur is not a derogative term. In the past, literati looked down upon professional musician. 就是以前文人是看不起那种古琴宫廷的琴师. Why? Because you use this instrument of the dao to make money. That's very, very low class and vulgar. So, actually, amateur 就是那种文人琴、文人画、文人书法是高级的，比宫廷的。就是你级啊，就高级，现在是反过来哈，当然 ，OK， treat mainly as performance art for the conservative people, for the literary, and mainly as cultural expression. As I said, nothing is exactly conservative, of course, very technical and performance oriented. Literary, sometimes no. They have curriculum for teaching. For literary, we don't have any curriculum. Informal, even we have, and unison play. Okay, done. One-to-one teaching, and actually literary. Okay, 那么这个就是我不能讲谁给我的啊，就是一个古琴音乐的教学课程。It's a schedule, a very detailed program of chin teaching in conservatory, but literally we don't have that, of course, because it's more systemized. Okay, okay, thank you. Just in time. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Deng Haiqiong. Deng is my last name. And I'm very honored to be here for this event and special thanks to Director Cai who brought me here and gave me this opportunity to meet all these wonderful scholars and wonderful students, players. It's very inspiring and mind-opening so far. Today my presentation title is Making the Intangible Tangible, Rediscovering Well-Being through the Guqin culture in Longren, China. The Guqin is a quintessential exemplar of traditional Chinese cultural aesthetics and sensibilities. For millennia, Chinese literati, as the primary practitioners, formed a circumambient lore that borders on almost all the fields of Chinese culture. The abundant historical writings reveal that the sound and performance practice of the Guqin have been utilized to cultivate mindfulness, virtue, and inner harmony, all of which are understood today as key aspects that constitute human well-being. Since the turn of the 21st century, we have witnessed a renaissance of Guqin culture in China. Rather than being elite and exclusive, the Guqin has sought after by diverse demographics and walks of life to enrich cultural understanding, facilitate inner balance, and even provide healing. Numerous private Guqin studios and organizations have sprouted under such circumstances and became dynamic forces in shaping contemporary Guqin culture. A simple recapitulation of the ancient lore is not enough to reveal the complexity of modern Guqin revival. A new contextualization is needed to preserve the traditional elements of the Guqin while also honoring their capacities relative to the sensibilities and realities of modern Chinese life. Amid the myriad of driving forces, I argue that the revival of the Guqin is not only a musical revival, but a well-being revival as well. Music and well-being have long been integrated in Chinese consciousness. The Chinese character of music, yue, is identical with the character of joy, le. Ethnomusicologist Benjamin Cohen, in the Oxford Handbook of Medical Ethnomusicology, provided 5 key dimensions that comprise both human well-being and the essential aspects of music. They are physical, psychological, social, emotional, and spiritual. These dimensions shape and influence, quote, one's knowledge, mind, beliefs, identity, character, worldview, and behavior, end quote. Cohen's theory provides a lens through which to view the multifaceted aspects of how contemporary Chinese Guqin practitioners harness capacities for well-being inherent in this ancient tradition. This paper discusses Guqin and well-being through a case study of the Longren Guqin cultural village located in Zhangzhou, Fujian province, China, where I carried a 7-week ethnographic study in 2018. Established in 2010 with a budget of $172 million on 300 acres in Mayanxi Ecological Park in Changtai County by Mr. Xie Jiandong, Longren by far is the largest private enterprise dedicated to the Guqin culture. In this paper, I highlight 3 phases of Longren Guqin culture: place, transmission, and listening. Each phase is discussed through an individual practitioner who unfolds one dimension of the myriad adaptation of tradition and transformation by practitioners in modern time. The first one, Xie Jiandong, who is the founder of the village. Second, Zhang Jingbing is the leading Guqin player at Longren. Third, Xiaoxia, a renowned Taiwanese poet who wrote a series of poems inspired by the place and the people at Longren. As ethnomusicologist Mark Slobin asserts, quote, "We are all individual music cultures," end quote. Each practitioner contributes a component to larger contemporary Guqin culture. The first phase, place and cunzhang. At Longren, everyone addressed Mr. Xie Jiandong as cunzhang, meaning headmaster of the village, an honorific title used to address the leader of a rural community. I therefore use cunzhang to refer Mr. Xie in the rest of the paper. Quote, "I want to build a jia home for the Guqin," end quote. Cunzhang said in our first meeting, quote, I like the sound of the Guqin, and everything starts from there. When I tried to find a Guqin teacher in the late 1990s, the situation was quite different. Not only did very few people play and know the Guqin, but not even a functional space could be found. So I had this thought of building a Jia home for the Guqin, end quote. The first Jia Cunzhang built was a studio in Xiamen City in 2003. It was not until he stepped on this field that he came to the idea of building a Guqin village. He recalled, quote, I just wanted to do something for the Guqin and build a place for hanging out with good friends. That was all. I cherish those who are like-minded because each individual is limited, but together we can create something more than we could do alone, end quote. Just as Cunzhang envisioned, Longren has become an inclusive community where diverse hearts and minds meet. By combining education, entrepreneurship, instrument making, and cultural tourism, Longren has created a unique niche that has catered to the diverse cultural and socio-cultural needs for its clients and formed its own cultural, social, and capital powers. Yi Futuan, in his book, Space and Place, argues that place is essential in forming human experience and epistemology. Historically, the Guqin was viewed as a spiritual sanctuary and regarded as a place to cultivate well-being. At Longren, the musical imagery evoked in the mind and heart by Guqin music finds a physical incarnation in this idyllic landscape, bringing to mind the utopic place, Tao Hua Yuan, Peach Blossom Spring, evoked in Tao Qian's poem in 3rd century CE, or the iconic figures of the 7 sages of Bamboo Grove, Zhu Ling Qi Xian. Here is a personal note of my first morning at Longren in July 2018, quote, waking up early, I strolled through the village. The morning mist covered the distant mountain tops. There were no visitors around. A few farmers were working in the fields and feeding the ducks and geese. Tranquility permeated the air. As I walked by the pink lotus pond, I noticed a falling paddle. Its graceful, soundless fall transfixed me momentarily. When I stepped onto the stone of the Man Xi Qiao, this bridge of brimming streams, I could hear all sorts of rhythms in the water. Listening to the soundscape of the morning Longren was a therapeutic experience. I was enchanted and imbued with a sense of delight, end quote. Longren consists of 3 major areas: the Longren Academy, which also include the hotel, conduct cultural and educational events, Zhuoqing Fang, where the Longren Guqin and strings are crafted, and the Longren Guqin College to nurture new generation teachers for K-12 public education. All buildings are in traditional Chinese style and designed by Cunzhang himself. Oh yeah, that's the Longren, the Zhuoqing Fang, Longren Shuyuan, the academy, and some pictures I took. Okay. Making the Guqin is a signature part of Longren. As a designated intangible cultural heritage Guqin craftsman representative, Cunzhang spends 4 hours a day on average carving Guqin cavities, which is the only procedure that cannot be standardized. He said, quote, we stick to the old way. Every piece of wood arrives in Zhuoqing Fang after 4 years of material processing. Then it takes about another year of modeling and 2 more years of lacquering. Strictly speaking, it takes more than 7 years to make one Guqin here, end quote. Cunzhang preserved the best Longren Guqins at the Baiqing Tang, the 100 Guqin exhibition hall, for future study of Guqin craftsmanship. The place of Longren is visual and oral. The nostalgic sentiments and the cultural imagination coalesce within this deliberately created environment. Nature and culture reconcile as a coherent and embodied experience. With converging the real and the ideal in this physicality, Longren provides a cultural place for the modern Guqin practitioners. Second phase, transmission and Miss Zhang Jinping. Ms. Zhang Jingbing is the leading Guqin player at Longren and the designated Intangible Cultural Heritage representative in Fujian province, who represents a growing body of young Guqin practitioners taking innovative approaches to cultural tradition in modern China. This phase focuses on Guqin transmission through my discussion and learning of Lao Mei Hua, a nickname for Zhang Ziqian's Mei Hua San Nong, 3 variations of plum blossom, with Jingbing. I use 整体输出 holistic transmission, a pedagogical approach to emphasize both the correct way of playing and the understanding of intangible values and aesthetics to describe the diverse aspects contained in our discussion, such as cultural memory, music flexibility, and linguistic suggestiveness used to stimulate expression. Chinese music was not on Jingbing's radar when she majored in Western classical singing and music education as an undergraduate student at Xiamen University, until she heard a complete performance of Kunqu opera Mudan Ting directed by Bai Xianyong. This mind-opening event stimulated her great interest in exploring Chinese traditional culture through the Guqin. She studied with Guqin masters Li Yuxian, Gong Yi, and Chen Gongliang, and became the leading player at Longren. During our classes, Jingbing recalled her learning of Lao Mei Hua with Master Li Yuxian. Quote, Li Yuxian's playing, Li Laoshi's playing was different every time. It was entirely dependent on his feeling at that moment. I just followed him. He never calculated class time. After we played for a while, he often took a break for chatting and smoking, and then came back to play again. He never used technical words to explain how to pluck the string or to describe a meticulous articulation of one phrase. It all depended on how much you could get from his 整体输出 holistic transmission. I was forced to remember as much as I could. The rhythm of Lao Mei Hua is quite unpredictable. I never saw how Zhang Ziqian played. However, from Li Laoshi, I could sense Zhang's music characteristics. Li Laoshi added his unique personal understanding and flavor, end quote. Zhang Ziqian's rendition of Mei Hua is famous for his unremitting energy from beginning to end. People use the term 跌宕起伏, unrestricted, full of variance, to describe Zhang's music. The position constantly shifted between what can best approximated in English as duple and triple rhythmic patterns, though the rhythmic character was more subtle and nuanced than those terms imply. Thus, it is challenging to capture the vitality and intricacy expressed in Zhang's music. At the beginning, I tried to follow the music notation provided by Jingbing, but it soon proved to be distracting. I then just used my ears to capture what I heard and imitated as much as I could. In that way, I was able to sense her musical breathing and overall cadence. Having played the new Mei Hua, the famous version by Master Wu Jinglue, I was astonished to experience how new permutation of rhythms and accents could transform a familiar melody into something entirely new. I listened, scribbled down, and played phrase by phrase after Jingbing. The jagged and uneven melody, however, brought an overall sense of balance and coherence, and it stimulated a feeling of satisfaction and excitement. Beside the rhythm, the most challenging thing is Yin-Nao, the left-hand vibrato and the sliding techniques. Jingbing says, quote, Yin-Nao generates a continuous force in music. Master Li Yuxian's Lao Mei Hua was so lao la, bold, experienced, and unrestrained. And his Yin-Nao was so forceful. When he pressed the string, it was like 入木三分, the cutting in the wood, 3 Chinese measurement, 分. So it's a Chinese idiom to describe profundity. Jingbing said humbly, I still haven't attained that level. If you listen to the recording of Zhang Ziqian, you will undoubtedly get that dynamic. In actual playing, you cannot imitate every detail. You still have to adjust articulation that suits your breathing. I don't know how Zhang Ziqian taught Li Laoshi, but the Li Laoshi's Mei Hua is also different from Zhang Ziqian's. You can use 灵动, swift, animated, to describe Zhang Ziqian, but not Li Laoshi. His playing is rather 拙, bulky, angular. Only his 拙 can fully reveal his 老辣, bold, and unrestrained. Li Laoshi's music is like his personality, very unique, end quote. In Guqin transmission, teachers often apply suggestive language to stimulate an aesthetic sensibility in musical expression. As the noted historian and philosopher Feng Youlan once stated, quote, suggestiveness, not articulateness, is the ideal of all Chinese art. And this ideal is reflected in the way in which Chinese philosophers have expressed themselves, end quote. When we played the eighth section, the rhythm suddenly slowed down. The breath was deep and the vibratos were broad. It was like a contemplation with a soft sigh. Jinbing recalled her learning of this section with Master Li Yuxian. Quote, Li Laoshi played this part and paused. He started to recite the last two stanzas of the poem Chunxiao, Spring Morning, to explain the intended 意境, the aesthetic state in this section. 夜来风雨声，花落知多少. Last night, amidst the wind and rain, how many blossoms fell? Well, I still cannot fully get the force and dynamics Li Laoshi did, but I totally felt the intended 意境 at that moment, end quote. Guqin transmission is a holistic process. It is through the integration of the self, place, people, culture, and moment-to-moment musical inquiry, discovering, and remembrance that the renewed meaning and expressions are found. The holistic transmission also reveals that teaching and learning is not a one-way, top-down relationship between the teacher and the student, but rather emerge from a cyclical, plural, subtle, and inclusive process of mutual reciprocity. Third phase, Xiaoxia and listening. Listening is a way of knowing. In Guqin tradition, listening is a way of being. A deep listener is called zhiyin, tone knower, someone with an acute sensibility who understands the sound through an intangible dynamic that is perhaps best described as a specialized state of consciousness or mindfulness. The renowned Taiwanese poet Xiaoxia is the first person who systematically wrote 13 Guqin poems inspired by the place, space, and people of Longren. His modern philosophic and linguistic response toward Longren reveal not only his deep listening, but also provide a fresh perspective for understanding how a modern literatus carries the torch forward and generates new expression in this ancient tradition. I chose the shortest one, the number 5, for the sake of the time. The title is Clouds Over the Longren Guqin Village. Clouds over the Longren Guqin Village, through their angst like splashing ink, all together to the mountain, undisturbed, and the mountain turns them into a splendid landscape painting. On the distant horizon, looking at the clouds are floating, carefree, smiling. I nestle by a stream. Water carries her thick and thick streams. Winding through the Ming Dynasty camphor tree, behind its left, an old cow looks at the cloud, carefree, ruminating. And actually this is a 700-year-old tree at Longren, and there was a cow, really, before they built the village, always even chased by their dogs and always ruminating under the clouds. So it's very realistic to me, if you step to that space. The clouds over the village remind Xiao's childhood memory of cloud watching. He said, quote, when listening to the Guqin, one should let the calculated mind go, just like the clouds and the mountain did, end quote. Letting go of attachment is the beginning to discover the true self that is originally open and free. It is a state of being natural and authentic, like the old cow Xiaoxia saw at Longren, enjoying each moment, ruminating carefully. Xiaoxia's poems are full of tongjue, synesthesia, which is for revealing sensual faculties, such as smell and tactile sensations. It is through his tangible words that cherish the intangible qualities, such as truthfulness, simplicity, and sincerity are revealed. In his poems, it is difficult to know whether Guqin music enlightens the listener or if the listener illuminates a meaningful musical expression. Conclusion. Through discussing place, transmission, and deep listening, the case study of Longren has provided a new contextualization of how contemporary Chinese people harness the capacity for well-being inherent in this ancient tradition, while at the same time honoring the modern sensibilities and realities of their lives. It is only through a deep understanding of the intangible qualities and embodied experience in each individual culture that we can understand why the Guqin still matters and how this tradition can continue to shed its light on the well-being of people, culture, and society in modern times. Thank you very much.
Very stimulating. So I think the format will change a little bit. We just like everyone to present. Then in the end, we will all discuss all this together. Yep. So our next step will be first lunch.
Okay. You don't need that for that to be. It's okay. Yeah. Speak it. Yeah, it's too small. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. It's my turn, so I have to say something. I find this paper very difficult to say because when I was preparing it, I've been preparing for a while. But since I do not know who you are, who I'm talking to, at what level I'm talking to, and I find it very difficult. I've written many drafts. But then, right now I decided I'll give up everything and just say what I want to say. Because, yesterday's concert and this morning's concert too, really make an impact on me and making me listen to new Qi music and old Qi music in close back to back, really make an impact on me. So rather than giving you a full paper, I just focus on what I really want to say. Because what we are talking, I see you as Qin, Zhuyin, we are all Qin lovers. We are Qin people. So rather than talking about all these beating the bushes, let's get to the core. The core of the question I think we're talking is, how do we inherit Qin music as it was and as it is? Because now you listen to Qin music now, the new compositions, and of all the traditional pieces we know, they are so different. There's really no point in arguing which is better and how they are connected because they are really different. In a way, you can ask, look at a modern Chinese person, 20-something, living in Beijing. I really think if their grandparents would wake up from the graves, would not recognize them as Chinese. They are totally modern Chinese. So to expect modern Chinese people to act like their grandfathers is ridiculous. We really should let Chinese people be Chinese people. If they want to play Guqin concertos, let them do it. And as long as the Guqin concerto is fun and enjoyable, why not? And also you enjoy the Guqin concerto as a concerto. But the problem is, a lot of people, when they are playing Guqin concerto, but they are trying to connect it to the Tang Dynasty, Song Dynasty, and Chinese Wenyan, and this. If you are a historical person, you know that's all BSing. Chinese history, there are lots of historical documents, costumes, things. You know that's not what it is. Now we're seeing. So rather than fooling ourselves, historical imagining what it was not documented, why don't we just say that we're imagining it? We want to do it the way we want, that's fine. Right? So like Chinese Western music, a lot of times in doing Shakespeare, they say we're not doing Shakespeare, we're using Shakespeare's score, the script, and we are doing a new modern version. And that is authentic, genuine, and very enjoyable. But only when you say, we are doing the authentic Shakespeare, 16th century. But if you look at it for people who know Shakespeare, know Victoria, Elizabeth I, that kind of English history, that is really BSing. So that's the problem. So that is my reaction to that. So I think we should be open. Let any people play whatever music they want. If there's good, we enjoy it that way. That's fine. Now, then another side of the question is, we know Chinese culture is really going through a very big transformation. It's very, I just said that it's very different from what it was 100 years ago. But if you go to China and really look carefully and really let the things sink in, you see that there is some continuity. Especially if you go to some of the Chinese modern gardens that imitate traditional Chinese gardens. If you look at it carefully, it's very specifically, objectively, it's totally different garden. But if you somehow sit there for one day and look at it, there is something continuous. Really, even though it's very different, but the Chinese people like say, there is some gene, something that gets transmitted from the old tradition to the modern tradition. There is something. So they are not just lying. They are not totally BSing. Especially the good ones, even though they may be playing music, songs, harmony, that sounds very modern, but beneath it, there is something very distinctive. Let's call that Chinese. What kind of Chineseness of it is really up to us to define. Because for one example, one composer we like is Zhao. Zhao Renzhong's music is very new. But if you really know it, there is some sense of Yi Jing, some sense of Chinese landscape. Somehow you feel that. So then the question to ask is, what is it that gets communicated? What gets continued? So those are the things for me as a musicologist and a historian that I want to know. I want to know it historically verifiable. You just cannot claim anything and want me to believe it because I know. Say, I'm teasing you guys, right? Say last night you have a piece called court music. I'm a court music musician. I know very much about court music. That has nothing to do with court music, Chinese court music. Even the instrumentation, even the music logic. So you can. So I think if you are really serious about knowing Chinese historical culture and tradition, then you really have the duty to know what it was. And then you decide what I want to communicate, what I want to continue. That's up to you. You have, as an artist, you have the right, the license to do whatever you want. As a scholar or historian, you cannot fake things. So those are the two positions you really have to deal with. So I'm sticking myself as mostly in the historical scholar view. That's why I have to know the facts. What are your arguments? Are they logical? Are they verifiable? If you don't pass muster, I say you are BSing. But as an artist, you can do anything as long as you charm your audience. And that is the difference between real academic scholarship and art. So now, then let me get to the music. So I was prepared to analyze the Wu Qiu Feng parasol leaves dancing in the autumn breeze. That piece appeals to me very much. Now, why I would like to analyze that piece, plan to analyze that piece as an example, the point is, if we really want, my argument is, we really know Qin music scholarship, actually quite developed. But we talk about Qin music history, biography, aesthetics, Taoist, Confucian ritual, poetry. We talk about everything verbal, intellectual about Qin music, but not enough about the music. How the musics are actually composed, the sounds are developed, the performance developed. We don't talk about that much. Even though good performers, good composers know it, they somehow experience it, but they do not write a thesis like that's the scholar's job to write very clearly, beautifully. They don't. But the good artists, composers, they know it. And somehow they can recreate it in their pieces. Somehow they can evoke that continuity, that essence of Qin music culture. So that's why I was looking for a music example. Say, if we really have to find an example of that essence of traditional Chinese Qin music, let's say Qing, late Ming or early Qing style, then I think Wu You Chou Feng is not a bad piece, because some other pieces they are so near like Guqin Shan. Everyone talks about is from the Qin Han's story. That is myth. We don't have anything know about it. The only score we know from it, the earliest is 1425 from Tu Quan. And even that Tu Quan book, we don't know how to read it. It's only in the 50s that Guangping people read that and then interpret it. So when people are talking, this piece is 600 years old, that is not right. That is only 50 years old, what you're actually playing. The history, the verbal, biographical, cultural history of it does go back 1,000 years. So as a historian, I want these things to be very clear. So, but as an artist, you can do anything. I really think that's the point. So then I want try to find a piece that is really good example of what and how, let's say, late Ming Qin people compose, make Qin music. Because we have to be time specific. Because Chinese music is so long, you can say, Chinese Qin music traditionally, you can jump in from Qin, the Han, and Tang, and so that is totally messing things up. If you want to talk about Chinese music history, clearly you have to specify which generation, which time you're talking about. Tang music, Song music, or Ming music, late Ming, early Ming, or Qing, or even early 21st century, or post-1950, when China went through a total construction. Each time in Chinese music period, each musician in each period are very different people. They have to be, right? So that's why I say, okay, what would be a good one? Then I bump into Wu You Chou Feng. Why is it so fascinating? Because we know the composer lived in 1620 something to 1660 something, and he has his book, Qin Xue Xin Sheng. It's a very beautiful long book, 14 pieces of Qin songs and 2 instrumental pieces. One of it is Wu You Chou Feng. So we know that piece has been performed regularly since 1660 something until now. But even that we now know, the versions we now know are only 2 versions. One is rearranged by Wu Jingle. One is supposed to be Guqin Shan, orally transmitted. But these are all very fussy. It's not quite clear what did Wu Jingle did and what the Guqin people translated. So the other day I was checking the score with Wu Jingle's score, and according to checking with Zhang Zhenfeng's original score, and I find that the scores are actually quite close. So to make us believe that Wu Jingle is really changing a new piece is not right. Wu Jingle was quite traditional literally in Dapu, in rearranging it. So we established the originality, the provenance of that piece. And then the fascinating piece idea is Zhang Zhenfeng in his book, he has an autobiography, tells you what kind of musician he was. Living in Yangzhou, was sick in the beginning as a young person, but gradually learned to play Qin music, practice Qin, practice medicine. So we know very clearly what kind of musician person he was. He was a literati from a rich family, associated with rich people, literati people. So he wrote poetries and things. So we know exactly what he was. And we know that he traveled a lot. So he was supposed to be a native of Yangzhou, but he grew up in Nanjing. But he also traveled like Nanjing, that kind of caizi, rich people. They travel a lot, sing a lot of Hangzhou, Xiwu. They have a lot of experiences, winter scenes, water scenes, lake scenes. So what they are feeling is not just like many modern people. They haven't traveled to many places of China, or they live in a modern concrete jungle in Beijing or Shanghai. They really don't know what a beautiful scenery thing is. So they are different. But we know Zhang Fengzheng really live a traditional China. So all the images are there. And we know that this person is a very creative musician, because he wrote in his notes saying that, what's the point of composing a new piece if there's nothing new in your piece to say? So we know that that piece has something new to say. It's meant to be creative, meant to be new music. So that's why I said, let's study this piece a little bit more. So then I analyze the score. Actually, now, when you analyze a piece of music, you have to be careful, because you cannot use Western music analysis to analyze it, analyzing of the harmony, the formal structure, ABA structure, because you listen to the modern pieces we composed, we heard these 2 days, so many of them are composed according to the ABA rondo form. We know that that's not the form of Chinese music, traditionally speaking. Nothing wrong about it, no, I like that. But if to say that that's traditional continuity, that's not right. But so because we do, modern Chinese people have different psychology, sense of drama from traditional people. And in the traditional pieces, you can sense that modern Chinese, more traditional sense of drama, flow, all the same. So that's why I try to analyze it with a mixture of something modern. I use Sankarian reduction, so do that. So if you use Sankarian analysis to know that, you can look at the piece, it's very tonal. The first tone, the do to the so, and then it's very easy, it's very simple tonal music, it's not Schoenberg. It's very beautiful, and not that many harmonic notes. But they are, if you look at the piece carefully, listen to it, they are, especially in Guqin's piece, there are certain tones that emphasize. Then if you look at it from a tonal structural point of view, why is that tone emphasized? Because at the beginning, I mean, not the Guqin, so there is a second phrase, and then later on, Bryan will play that piece. And the beginning, it should be 1 5 1 5. Suddenly, there's a big stop on the sixth note, the sixth scale, no, the scale. So if you are sensitive to tonal structures, you would ask why the performer or the composer highlight that note on the sixth. It's like when you listen to Mozart sonata or Beethoven sonata, suddenly there's a certain tone there. You have to ask what is going on in that tone. And then if you do that, my way of looking at it is say, because he wants to emphasize that there are a lot of musical passage in that weird Wuqifu that uses the sixth note of the scale to introduce new melodic movements. So that's I find fascinating. But that is tonal analysis and interpretation. So that you can do that. But then, of course, then if you just analyze the piece according to tonal structure, then you're really doing it a Western way that really doesn't make much sense. But you use the traditional sense is how Chinese traditional performers use performance techniques to develop and organize the piece. So if you analyze Wuye Wuqiu according to the use of finger techniques, where the piece puts all the guiding, the yin you, where they do the harmonics, where they do the po chi, where they do the fast rang, dang, 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 where does that happen? So if you use that, suddenly you realize the finger techniques, they are not just finger techniques, they are structural musical elements that have to build that piece. And suddenly when there's double stop, the octaves there, in the Western sense, there is a meaning, there's a musical meaning for it to happen. It does not happen just because after soft music, let's have some big sound, jazz it up, bang, 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 bang. It's not that. There is that musical logic. That's Chinese traditional musicality in that piece. And if you analyze the piece and say, okay, now we know the tone structure, we know how he uses some slow finger technique, some fast finger technique to generate the sound, then we ask, what is Zhang Zhenfeng or Wu Jingde trying to say? Then we say, now, they are trying to project an image, just Wu Ye Wu Qiu Feng. Then suddenly you ask, what does Wu Ye mean in Chinese culture? What does Wu mean? Dance. Does it mean disco dance or ballet dance? How would Chinese people dance in mainland China? So if you think about that, suddenly, what are the dance movements? And also you can say, the dance may not be meaning that dance. It is the dance of the fingers. So if you play that piece, it's a joy to play because it allows your fingers to dance on the keyboard. So it's beautiful. So all these things you can think of, and then of course, then you imagine an autumn scene of a Chinese man looking at the leaves, thinking of dancing. Then you have to ask, is that Chinese man, that Zhang Zhangfeng or Wu Jingde, is he a Confucian Chinese or Taoist Chinese or modern Chinese? Because these are three different Chinese, they dance, they think of themselves differently. So that piece also allows you to think about it. So, that's what I've been thinking, and that's what I was trying to analyze the piece. But I think Ryan will go through all the details since I don't have the time, but I give you the gist, that's what I want to do. So I think at this point, I think I would ask Bryan to play that piece. I've not heard him play, but he told me that he's playing according to the Wu Jingde version, that's good. So when you listen to the piece, rather than just listening to Bryan, you have to ask yourself why is the harmonics coming in the beginning and the end? And why in the middle there are very only few notes of harmonics? And then especially notice where the slow sound and suddenly the fast sounds are coming, the more tails, a lot of times coming again and again there. So you have to ask, what is that kind of finger technique doing? And then in the middle there's some big sound, chord sounds. You ask yourself, what is going there? And then one final sense, when you listen to the music, you can see the music is always going up, da 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 da, and suddenly it kind of boom drops down to the lower register. So what is the piece doing there? So I think if we listen to that piece again, you may be able to find something very fascinating in that piece. And if that gives us some way to try to approach a masterpiece in the Chinese way, maybe that's the beginning. So that's what I want to say. Right?
Six notes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, this one.
And
Yeah.
it's very odd because if you think about structure. If I highlight it and make a pause on it, that suddenly what is going on? It's very sharp. It's almost like a hiding center, whoa. Okay, that's interpretation.
All right, thank you. Great. I think let's take a short break, and we come back. We continue with our two more speakers, and but I'm sure you're remembering what we have, our guests have been talking. There's lots to discuss.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just move that.
Also give you this one. Hold it.
I think it's probably because that way I remember. Yeah. Right. I imagine, knowing myself, if I'm holding the microphone, I'll start talking like this. But just remind me. People can't hear. So that's what I'm going to do is I'm going to say I've got this prepared to talk I've got this prepared to and that takes but I'm not going to do it this time at the end. And then you can scroll back on it. What I'm going to do is this.
Okay, you can just say, I'm going to do Wenrui and then I will just do 1A plus B and I will scroll down. Okay. Okay. And then 张老师，哎，我现在问你好吗？好。Yes, she's going to use her chair, but this is great. So we now know once you put it down, everything will be good. Thank you. We will. So this one will go down here. Yeah, yes, for 3 questions. Yes. So this is it. Very good. And then get rid of it. No. Oh, it's actually. Yeah, just get rid of it. And then this is like, yeah, right in front of this. And then if they want to play exactly. I think it's good. Thank you.
琴。
我知道了，对，所以那我们现在怎么回到？对，就直接点就对。我的不要按那个，就是你轻拍会比较好。这个是按哪个？这个就是上跟下，就是前和后，是吧？对，前后。然后可是您这样看，我要您先调一下。对。OK， 好，谢谢，非常好，好，非常谢谢。我没事，我刚才一直在喝那个咖啡，对，行，可以，好，那我从那个也没问题，没问题。
So I'm going to have some call.
I have another piece of cookie.
I don't know how many of you were the first time to hear Qin in music live. No one. So you're all expert already. Sort of. Yeah, it's definitely pretty much in the second half of the 20th century became a museum instrument.
I would say the first,
First half.
the second half.
Second half is better. That's
That's
very better. For first half, right? Yeah, it's become museum instrument, but then started reviving, especially 21st century.
Yeah, that's big time.
See, that is a part of the things you mentioned. Like, don't mix this and that together. That's what Chinese do. See, one of the revival reasons because those politicians or exactly, they want to be cultural.
Yeah, they want to mix it for
Yeah,
political reasons.
Yeah, they want to be cultural. That's a choice. You know, because the Literati is about you politician, you're calligrapher, you're all together. So that's what I feel like. It's not just the Chinese culture is to try to always mix things up.
Culture is always mixing up.
Mixing up.
Scholarship is always separating things.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. All right. So
Okay.
you will introduce yourself.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, the scholars, professors, teachers, and classmates. I'm Guqin Professor Zhao Xiaoxia from Central Conservatory of Music in China. Today, I'm very glad to have this opportunity to Bard College to introduce the Guqin art. The Guqin inheritance and development, the transformation of a performance from traditional literati to modern stage. The art of Guqin has a history of more than 3,000 years. In a long process of cultural inheritance, the form and aesthetic of Guqin performance has greatly influenced by both historical backgrounds of the time in past dynasties. From the pursuit of self-cultivation to exploration and practice of public performance on modern stage, which is also the result of the development of humanistic values. Guqin is one of China's earliest string-plucked instruments. From the pre-Qing period with the rise of literati class, Guqin has gradually become Chinese important art form. Guqin was inseparable from Chinese intellectual history. Noblemen and scholars such as Bo Ya, Ji Kang, Confucius, Cai Wenji, Li Bai, Du Fu, and Su Dongpo were all well-known Guqin players. The unique notation of Guqin has existed at least 1,500 years. More than 140 Guqin scores and songs of piece of music. 1,500 years ago, the Guqin piece, or kid, in the Jieshi term, used ancient Chinese characters in the notation. Guqin has rich artistic expressions with emphasis on culture and spiritual implication. A large number of ancient Chinese literati choose to seek inner peace in a spiritual world that transcended reality. This is the character of gentleman shaped by Confucius, sound of helping the world, and Lao Tzu, sound of counting out of the world. The piece of orchid pursues a light voice, a clear rhyme, and an ancient style. And now I want to play a little bit for the orchid. And in Xue Yijian is outstanding player with a high degree internal cultivation in Tang Dynasty. He proposed the principle each sound has its own meaning. In his book Qin Jue, he summarized the 7 artistic rhymes of Guqin music. The one is to reflect social ideology, 可以观风教. 2 is to deeply move the player himself, 可以摄心魂. 3 is to express the vivid thought and feelings, 可以变喜怒. The 4 is to release the tension of mentally, 可以静神律. The 5 is to encourage the heart of intelligence, 可以壮胆勇. The 6 is to break away from the world, 可以绝尘俗. the 7, is to move the immortal and gonist, 可以革鬼神. These 7 artistic regard the height and the depth of Guqin itself as important topic. The Guqin style from the sound to rhyme.
琴和琴又充满着和，琴者情也。古琴蕴含着中华文明丰富而深刻的文化内涵，每一把琴都可以奏出美妙的音律。虽然
Sorry about that. Yeah. How to play?
琴和琴又充满着和，琴者情也。古琴蕴含着中华文明丰富而深刻的文化内涵，每一把琴都可以奏出美妙的音律。虽然时代不同，境遇不同，心态不同，但千百年来一直是中国古代文人爱不释手的器物。无论是和雅清淡的审美情趣，还是味外之旨、韵外之志、弦外之音的精髓世界，中国古琴都是具有高度文化属性的一种音乐形式。古人弹琴更是需要从精神到情感，从身体到心灵，从个人到整个世界的和而不同。
That the Guqin is 太古一音 have more than 1,300 years. It's from the Tang Dynasty. It's on the Central Conservatory of Music. Yeah. Just now that the silk is silk string. Yeah, that is the ancient style. Yeah. Guanglin San is one of the foremost Guqin piece in Chinese music history, which scored by Master Guan Pinghu. Drunken Madness and Flowing Water are also technique piece which emphasizes the sound. The playing technique of right hand. I want to show the right hand just like the flowing water. Just like this piece use the technique with a lot of the right hand 咏符 this is the 众声 and the other piece from in the Song Dynasty, the authentic change was elegant and delicate. delicate. Xiaoxiang water clothes and memories of the old friends are typical Guqin music, with emphasis the playing technique of left hand, yin, nao, and changes pretermerato. Yin nao is the Guqin, the left hand very important technique. I want to show a little bit. Like the different from the 众声到上韵啊。This is the 管平湖 master. Since 1950, traditional players such as 查甫西, Guan Pinghu, and Wu Jinlue has conducted a large amount of score playing works. Guqin music was handed down in the way of verbal form and remember in mind. Score playing among the literati. Those pieces became the main content of learning and performance for the modern players. This flowing water from Guanpinghu. Okay. Guqin has gradually returned to public these years. Master Zha Fuxi once started in Jinyu Qinkan, 1937. How should we modify it according to the needs of the time in a forward way, and carry it forward and future develop it imperatively? I believe that the task and the responsibility lies in us rather than in future generations. I have been learning the Guqin since the early 1990s. Compared to the unpopular version, when I first learned it, now the Guqin has become more popular. According to internet statistics, the number of people learning Guqin globally has exceeded 3 million. It's very lot of people. From civil society to the government, From professional college to the public population, Guqin competitions, performances, books, records, and so on emerge in an endless stream. More and more Guqin players, composers, and performers has grantly knowledge and accept this trend. The integration and the transformation of Guqin performance from traditional literati to modern stage is manifested through performance technique, music style, performance forms, and performance awareness. Guqin has a broad range of note and rich performance techniques with strong expressions. The performance techniques are getting rich on modern stage. The Guqin new piece, Three Gorge Boat Song, composed by Professor Li Xiangting, Spring Breeze by Gong Yi and Xu Guohua have an extensive influence. The Three Gorge Boat Song, the composer has absorbed a variety of string instrument skills and expanded the performance of Guqin. Compassored timbre have the more than three or more the notes, like that. Just like the guzheng and the pipa, the other instrument. Yeah. This is a mic. Okay, the traditional works of Guqin are mostly medium or slow speed. The new piece used the interspersed sound zone and rotation of left and right hand playing method to improve the fast performance effect. The Guqin new piece have a high degree of rigor in notation, which clear the speed, pitch, rhythm, and value of each vocal part. As a teacher in the Guqin major and the Central Conservatory of Music, I have went to the Royal Danish Conservatory of Music as a visiting scholar, carrying out a series of promotion and dissemination of Guqin music in Europe. At the same time, I have also devoted myself to perform various forms of Guqin, contemporary, modern chamber music, cross-border art on the stage both home and abroad. Yeah, just. This is the chamber music. Both Cloudwater Guqin Concerto composed by Tang Jianping and Hero Violin Guqin Double Concerto composed by Tan Dun have various music styles and rich performance form. This is a very important, the relation between melody and accompaniment. The performance of Guqin has different emphases. When Guqin is melody part, it needs to fully convey the music emotion in order to highlight the music style. When Guqin is an accompaniment part, it needs to support the melody part and balance with other instruments in sound effect. This is a concerto of the Langya Mountain, the Guqin with the orchestra. This is from the 平沙落雁. So it's very difficult to composer the sound, the balance, Guqin, and the other instrument. The changes of Guqin performance in the modern stage have greatly created identity of pluralism in the aesthetic of Guqin performance. The development of Guqin art on the modern stage has played a positive role in expanding Guqin works, expanding and pushing the performance level and enlarging the social influence. As a professional teacher, the invitation and practice the Guqin art is my research subject. In the continued operation with artists from different places, the interaction and the integration of different cultures inspire me to try to explore the innovation of Guqin performance. In 2018, the multimedia music installation was the first Chinese project to be featured at the South by Southwest Technic Festival in the United States in 30 years. This project, the name is Floating Destiny. It's inspired by Book of Changes, 易经. Floating Destiny is an interactive art installation, also the live performance. Floating Destiny combines traditional Guqin art with science and technique. Through the chanting code and music, the viewers will experience the interaction when Chinese culture traditional meet the future. This is a silk string.
revelation. It began. It has never started. It already ended. But here it is. Still moving. A movement fate that stops for no one or nothing. The creators cannot stop it. No one can. The future has already been cancelled. In the West, the future has already been cancelled. You already hold the key to the portal. The door has been opened and your future has already been cancelled.
This is Pu'an Zhou, the traditional meet the future. And the Guqin improvisation plus electric music. This piece, which makes the experiment in the tiger stamp very meaningful. Okay. The Guqin art is transcending the rhyme of our own nation and entering to a new historical phase in the development of world music, a wide phase. Thanks.
presentation, which I was beginning with a talking for about 5 to 10 minutes. But I think what I'd rather do is skip to the thing that I was going to be talking about, and then if there's time I can read it at the end. Basically, I'm talking about, or giving examples of modifying, you could say, traditional melodies for other uses. My background basically is that I've been playing Qin for 48 years. I focus on reconstructing melodies from Ming Dynasty sources. On my website, I have about 300 recordings of pieces that I've done from Ming sources. And writing about historically informed performance, trying to use the principles that you could say I studied when I did early Western music before this. I had the experience early in my career of doing music for a film, a Chinese film, a Cantonese film, called in English House of the Lute, which had the story of an old man who was played by Guan Haishan, a well-known actor at the time, who fancied himself a traditional scholar, and so he engaged in Qin Qi Shu Hua, Qin chess, books, and painting. And so the director, Lao Xinghong, wanted to use only Qin music for the film, something which had never been done before, and I think probably hasn't ever been done since, only Qin melodies. So I had the experience of what do I do with Qin music, ancient Qin music. At the time, I was transitioning, I guess, from the pieces that I'd learned from my teacher to only playing pieces published in the Ming Dynasty. So what I did was things like the old man, he drinks. So when he drinks, I play something from Jiuquan or something like Jiuquan. There's romance in there. When there's a romance, I play something from Meihua Sannong because plum blossoms are associated with romance. When the old man is lonely, I play things like from Zhe Zhao Fei, Paired Pheasants Flying, the story of an old man who is not married. He's middle-aged, not married, and he sees a male and female bird flying together, and he thinks in nature everybody pairs, and he's not paired so he gets that. So I use this, and I can't say anybody, maybe even then, Zhou Huang, nobody played Zhou Huang. So nowadays maybe people recognize that. They don't know the associations, but I enjoyed it, doing it that way, making those associations. And I think it's something that could be done. We don't know what the cliches were in early Chinese music. So how do you adapt that for modern theater or modern film, something like that? Well, I'm going to give 3 examples of things that I adapted. The first one is Lovebird Blues. People had told me that chin playing reminded them modally and feeling of blues, either people with the blues or blues music. So I decided to take a melody and put it into a traditional melody, Ming Dynasty melody, and put it into blues structure. And I think that's the second slide. But I can use that. What you see there are the original Chinese lyrics, Yo Mei Ren Xi Jian Zhi Wu Wang. And that's from, does it say, yeah, Feng Tianqian being published in 1539. I play as exactly as I can according to that. And then where you see the missing notes, that's where I adapted it. So first I'm going to do Wenjun Cao, which from 1539. Now, I also have the idea, I don't sing many songs because in order to sing a song I have to memorize it, and that's not so easy. But when I sing, I usually don't sing together exactly with the chin because I had been taught that traditional Chinese music is heterophonic and the voices do not necessarily go together. So instead of singing Yo Mei Ren Xi Jian Zhi Wu Wang, I'll do something like this. Yo Mei Ren Xi Jian Zhi Wu Wang. And partly that's because the chin has such a delicate sound, it doesn't really go for me with other instruments. Especially if you're using silk strings. If you're using metal strings, maybe it doesn't matter so much. Metal strings have more of a focus and they can go with other instruments, but it's hard to mix the real sound of the chin with something else. So I try to do it sort of heterophonically. Yo Mei Ren Xi Jian Zhi Wu Wang. So here is it adapted, extended. idea behind this was I wanted to, they say there's a tradition of improvisation within the Qin, but the only improvisation I've heard is free improvisation. And I was looking for something more structured, so I thought maybe it would be interesting to do these blues and find somebody else who wants to follow the same structure, and we could do it together. I haven't done that. There is one recording on my website of somebody doing that where they add some guitar and harmonica, I think. But what I did was I took what I just played, and I wrote something that goes with it, so that we could do it as a duet. I can't do it as a duet, but I will play the other part, which is on the top. On the top is what I just played. Now this is the accompaniment. Then, what characterizes that one is that you can see they all start on the upbeat. There's the beat. So then I did it again where I started on the downbeat instead of this is how that sounds. So the idea is that not necessarily using that blues structure, but if people get a melody, say, and they like the structure of it, then they can learn variations on that and eventually play together. So another idea is going on to water tune prelude, is to use Shui Diao Goto is a Si form, poetic form, and it was, these were poetic poems which apparently were originally sung, lyrics, but the lyrics were lost, and people keep writing words to the same pattern as the original one, or the earliest one known. So this would seem like it might be a good model to use, perhaps. If people know that melody, then they can write new lyrics to that and do adaptations and so on. Of course, it's not really done that way. It's the other way around. Nobody knows the melody, so they're writing lyrics for the pattern. But what I heard, and I think this is why I reconstructed this melody. That was just up there, Shui Diao Goto from Sumshen Zhao, which is published in 1687. And I think maybe as I was working on it, I looked it up, and I found. Can you go back to the Untitled Chapter? And can you show the lyrics while you play? The transcription. That would be
this one.
Yeah.
明日今时有把酒问青天，不知天上宫阙，今夕是何年？我欲乘风归去，唯恐琼楼玉宇，高处不胜寒。起舞弄清影，好似在人间。转朱阁低红照脸，不应有恨，何时长相别时圆。人有悲欢离合，月有阴晴圆缺，此事古难全。但愿人长久，千里不婵娟。
So as you can see, the music there was different, but what you see there is my attempt to take the original tablature does not tell you note values, doesn't give you the rhythms, so I decided to use the rhythms here. So what I'm going to play now, not sing, but I imagine Wenrui Shi in the background singing my melody, or not my melody, the Ming Dynasty. Early Qing Dynasty. 明月几时有？ think that I know there are a lot of other old melodies out there just waiting for somebody to come along and do this. Actually, once I was in Shanghai about 15 years ago, and somebody came up to me and he said he's starting a new company. He wants to do a recording. He's got a singer who sounds like Deng Lijun. I think this was just after she died. And sounded just like her, and he wanted to do her songs, but with China company. And I thought that would be really nice, but he changed his mind, I guess. Okay, so the last example is Mozi Bega, which is interesting that you just heard the version of. Now for this one, yeah, I explained down there. I originally did this, I don't know how many years ago, and then I got interested in a program called Music from the Time of Matteo Ricci, which imagines Matteo Ricci went to China 1580 to 1610, trying to meet the emperor, and he brought with him various goods to meet the emperor and convert him to Christianity, and then all the Chinese would become Christians. He finally had an audience with the emperor. He brought with him clocks and other mechanical devices and a keyboard instrument, which is often said to be a clavichord, something like a clavichord. And so he said he told the emperor that he was offered to play it for him. The emperor said, "No, I'd love to listen to it, but you've got to teach my eunuchs to play it." So he taught the eunuchs how to play somebody taught the eunuchs how to play the clavichord, and he created. And the eunuch said, "Well, if we're going to do melodies, we're going to have to have lyrics." So he created lyrics for 8 songs for Western keyboard, and the lyrics have survived, but nobody knows what the music was. So my fantasy was that somebody took this melody, Mozi Bega, which I think I selected this way for some reason, but because Mozi, the philosopher, one of the things he's known for is Jian I believe it's called, some kind of love, universal love or something, which is nothing really like Christian concept of love, but because of love, the missionaries actually found it quite interesting. So my fantasy is somebody took this melody and adapted it for the lyrics. So this, can you go to this A1 and A? Down up to the top. What on the left is my staff notation for the original, which is from 1609, Huaya Simpa. And what you have on the right is how I try to adapt that for the 8 songs. The lyrics of the songs are there, along with the pinyin and translation. And if you can read, you can play up, hold it there. On the left side is, sorry. Octave leaps, but I get rid of the octave leaps, so it's, I can't. Shay shi ren wei zhi qing ye ren ye zhe nai fan shu er. So I found that I could adapt this piece, Mozi Bega, by reduplicating, repeating phrases, changing the rhythms in places, set the entire 8 songs to Mozi Bega. That is, you can listen to that on my website, but I'm just gonna play the first 2 sections of Mozi Bega, my reconstruction from 1609. tape is from the right side. Yeah. No. That's 180. Okay, so now you have the sound file there?
Oh, the sound file, sorry.
No, okay. So I wouldn't do that now. What instead is while I was doing this, I put it together, playing the melody from the right side on the chin, which is what I did. I searched John Thompson, Matteo Ricci on the internet, and I found this YouTube from San Francisco. This is the second song. They do this third song with another singer. So basically, I guess what I'm saying is this is the sort of thing I've done for adapting chin for non-traditional purposes, I guess you could say. I've always thought that the chin would have fantastic potential for use in film, and it's not used at all. If it's used in a very Western manner. The chin's not good enough itself. But there are these beautiful melodies, and in film, you don't have to worry about things like the sound doesn't travel. The chin can be as loud as you want on the chin, and it can be as pure to the original as you want. And there are melodies like, for example, some of the ones that I've done are Da Ming Yi Tong, the Great Ming United. It's kind of like a Ming Dynasty national anthem. There's another one that's Qing Yun Ge, clear cloud song, which has the words Dan Futan. From which Futan University. I don't know why this affects me this way, but that was those words were used for the first national anthem for the Kuomintang in the second one, sorry, in 1912 or something like that. And there's all kinds of stuff like this that really has potential, I think, for use, that type of use. So that's basically what I want to say. That there, including what I'm saying, is easily available on my website if you want to read it.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for all the speakers. It's been a long day, but I think I'm looking forward to the last part. It's going to be interesting and exciting. And Professor Xiong and speakers, I would like to invite you to come on stage. I think we take these things out, right? We just can right here, and then we can have some discussion. And I also welcome our audience can join the conversation. So, from last night until now, at least we went through from as early as like Tang Dynasty until blues or even American music. So, but the central point is still the qin, right? The Chinese instrument, and how it's throughout history it had been first of all survived, and then had been changing, and through different part. That's very nice. So let's. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Good. All right. Please come up, Mingmei. Everyone. Yeah. You have your name. You have your name there. Just find your place. Yeah. We will use.
Thank you, everyone, for your fantastic presentations. I learned so much. I'm not a trained musician or musicologist. Just by sitting here this afternoon, I learned a great deal. A couple of questions already emerged. I mean, all of the presentations talked about the long history of Guqin, both the instrument and also Guqin music. Ye Laoshi started us with the different means of transmission, and Deng Haichong also gave us a very concrete case study of Longren and how this particular geographical location gave us a very detailed example of how Guqin is transmitted and inherited in contemporary China. And Professor Joseph Lam emphasized the importance to historicize. Each generation had different conceptions of what Guqin music should look like, and that was nicely supplemented with Zhao Laoshi's examples of all of the amazing contemporary Guqin music pieces that showed us how much innovation and creativity have gone into all of those pieces. And also, as Professor Lam pointed out, there's no right or wrong with innovation. So the very concept of tradition, because I'm trained as a modernist, we're taught to question the whole concept of tradition, right? What is the point of maintaining, conserving, and transmitting that tradition without any, should we provide any kind of innovation and creativity in that process, right? So those are some of the questions, and of course, John Thompson gave us more examples of both the reconstruction of, Ming Dynasty, so 16th century melodies with very contemporary renditions, with American blues and all of that. I think this sets a wonderful stage for discussions, and we can open the floor to audience if you have questions. I'm sure the panelists also have questions and comments for each other. And I can just pass around the microphone, and whoever wants.
Yeah, whoever wants, I will pass along the microphone. Anyone? Anyone wants to start?
Just to respond to what you just said about tradition and change. Actually, we all heard of the famous phrase, you never step into the same river twice, right? I mean, at first you don't understand why it's the same river. Why don't I step into the river twice? But it actually means that the river is changing, right? Every situation is changing. Like the Book of Change is about this, everything is continuously changing. So tradition always continuously changing. You can't pinpoint a tradition which hasn't changed. The second time you step in the river, you already changed, the same river.
What I have learned, I'm not trained as Guqin or Chinese music in general. I'm trained as a Western musician. I'm trained as a conducting Beethoven, but I have learned a great deal in the past decades or 2 decades about Chinese music because, in the end, I start to go back to where I came from and why I studied music, and at first place, right? And why I'm studying Western music. What about the Chinese music? That curiosity made me to start to really investigate more about music development in China. That's one of the reasons actually initiated me and Bob Martin, more than 6 years ago to try to create this institute. And I'm proud to say I think we are achieving our goal to really to see through all the activities and to see the music in Chinese society. I think Guqin is one of this instrument. But what I learned is Guqin probably the most controversial instrument in Chinese music community. And there's so many different schools, different way of playing, different repertoire. Sometimes different schools play same repertoire. Sometimes a different school play complete different repertoire. They don't even want to connect to talk to each other. I think there's some of those things. So I just want to ask our panel, see what is how do we identify these differences and how we can, because for something the difference is good, but because we have differences, then to make it more innovative but in terms of Guqin, it's a very ancient instrument. How do we see this conflict of or different conflicts?
Director Chai, that's a very good question. But I think all these diversified different views and understanding music is very healthy. About Qin is actually very healthy, because if you really go back to Chinese understanding what is music, and then the music, is Western sense, but if you in the Chinese sense is yue. What is yue? Yue is not music. If you read Shi Jing and Lunyu, the Chinese concept of yue is quite different from music. And if you allow me to say, yue is really a way of expressing people's humanities. And it's also very subjective. That's why music can be so, Chinese music is always these controversies about new music, old music. This issue is not new. Confucius' time in Yue Ji and Lunyu was already talking about it. Then the Yuan Huang was already saying that when I listen to old music, I fall asleep, but when I listen to new music, I dance and I'm happy. So this is always there. So I think Chinese are way ahead of time. So, but the thing is for us, because we are so trained in Western concept, especially Western music, so we think music, we translate Yue as music. And when you think music, then you really think along the line of classical traditional music of Mozart, Bach, Beethoven. That line, if you use that line of music thinking about it, it's very difficult to understand Chinese music. But if you use more traditional Western line, is what is music? Music is really performance of identities and people. Then suddenly all these controversies going back to align with Chinese thing. Music is always controversial. Music is always political. My music is always ya, your music is always su. Right?
I just wanted to ask something, because we're currently, in a course on music, Chinese music philosophy. We started with Shi Jing, with Lunyu, so with really classical texts, where the notion of Confucianism was not even, something existed, in early China. And, a lot of scholars talk about this, that music precisely, we translate yue, is not equivalent in the Western sense of music. It's always about people, and it's highly politicized, because it was so tied to ritual, and it had ritualistic function. It was tied to all kinds of politics. So. Absolutely, and people had strong opinions about music, ancient music of the sages, and the music of today. When they were speaking, that was sort of looked down upon because it was chaotic. It lost the perfect harmony of the sages' music. So this has been going on for thousands of years. Yes.
But what is the word music in Chinese tradition?
Yue. Under yue, you have different things. If it is singing, is ge. Under yue is purely singing, is yin, song. So what Zhao's music, some of them is really, by Chinese traditional term, is not really singing. It's more yin or song. Then it's really melodic, is ge or gao ge. So those are
reciting.
Yeah, so from reciting, they're different from reciting to really singing with more fixed pitches and comments. So they're all different. But then when the music, another thing, I'll shut up after this. But Chinese music is always multimedia, because it's actually all over the world, only since the 16th century from the Western Europe, that tradition, they developed a very strong, powerful tradition of instrumental music. But most other cultures, music, sound, is always part of multimedia performance. So in Chinese, so it's ge, and actually it starts with literature, because literature has some sound to it. And then you have singing, chanting, and then you do that is to 歌舞, music and dance. And from there on, you move to 戏曲 and drama and dance. Because in Chinese, the Shi Jing, the Mao Shi is a wonderful expression of really pinned down Chinese approach to this is when people have emotions or things to say in their heart, they write out their text. When they write out their text, they feel it's not sufficient to express their feeling, they sing it. And if they don't still find possible, not enough, they dance it. Yeah. So it's tradition. These ideas is stuck in Chinese mind, you know. But that's what Chinese people are doing.
This kind of reminds me of when I was in college and I took a course in Asian religion, and I just couldn't get anywhere with it because I didn't really know where Asia was. To study the philosophy of something without having any substance behind it, I found very difficult. And I find that applies for me in a way with discussions about Chinese music. And maybe that's related to the fact that I have spent so much time just trying to reconstruct old melodies. Instead of saying, what is Chinese music? I say, what is this melody? What is that melody? And there's just thousands of melodies out there like that, and people are not working on them, and yet they want to talk about music. Why not start with trying to find out what we can actually about the music? Well, we have a lot of theories, and their pictures and their instruments and so forth, but I think there's really some interesting things to be discovered if people would take a more historical approach, shall we say, to trying to look at the old music.
I think that debate actually is going on in China too. When this time when I was in China a few weeks ago, I talked to a couple of my colleagues, the musicologists, and they do talk about me about funding really identity of what is Chinese music, because they believe from 1949 or from the New China. The Chinese music focus more is in folk music, minority music, and lost this traditional classical music. I don't know, what do you think about that?
I think that's a hoax. That is a story Chinese literati tell people so that they can control you. So that's why they say ancient music has been lost. That's why we have to do it and make it music so political and moral, ritually associated, and that only the Junzi, only the people in power has the right and the knowledge to do music. So I think it is really the literatis, the people in power try to control this powerful media. That's what it is.
But do you think that type of classical, so-called Chinese classical music exist? I think that exists, right? Because even Confucius, he see the music in ceremony, how important they are. If you look at the Western music, before the classicism, and major part of those, if you look at Handel's, water music, they're all ceremonial music. And the Chinese tradition, probably they are, if you think about Bianzhong, for example, those are quite ceremonial. So that, do you think that's a part of the so-called classical Chinese music?
Well, we will have to argue for a long time. But let me say this. So Chinese music actually has so powerful, so many genres, and so many times already changing. So if you read classical texts, Confucius, 论语, Shi Jing, 乐记, you read that, you're always understanding music from the point of imperial court and the Shidafu, and those Shidafu in power. But if you read some other literatis, casual literature, poems, then you see a different view of Chinese making music. So like Su Shi, Ouyang Xiu, they have different sense of music making. With the 乐ji, with 弹琴, that is totally different from the music described in 乐ji, Li Ji. So, but because of sinologists, because the scholars, these sinologists, they've been fooling people. They want only people to listen to only that part. But they really don't allow you to listen to the Mingge. But if you read Shi Jing, they have some really racist songs. So how can it be only music be no? So we've been told, people try to want us to only believe the Confucius thing. So I'm being very revolutionary.
Actually, yeah, I do agree with that. It just say, for example, even for us, when we created the institute, we were trying to create this what do you call mission statement, right? We the beginning it said, oh, we're promoting traditional Chinese music. Yeah, then and I disagree with that, because if you say traditional Chinese music, immediately you go to folk song and different minorities, right? But China is music in China much bigger than that. So that's why we switch, because our goal is to explore music from contemporary China. And that can be traditional, can be contemporary, right?
I'll just say this and then I'll shut up. Really, I want everyone to come. Because you see, after 1952, the history, the pendulum really swung to the other side. So in 1911 imperial or traditional China, the Confucius literati have had the power, they had the discourse, they control the discourse. So everything is Ya, Yue, Li Yue, all that it's not, it was there, we cannot deny it was, but it is only part of the big Chinese culture which was so complex, or is so complex. But after 49, China changed it, really topsy-turvy, turned it down. Everything that was called imperial was bad, everything folk and thing was good. So that's why from 50 to about 2000, traditional Chinese music meaning folk music. And to say that to me is really offensive, because what about my beloved Jiang Hui, my beloved Su Shi? Those are really artistic and talented people. How can you understand Chinese only through a few Yunnan people from a literary point of view? These are half-educated. I mean, of course, this is very derogative. But then China is so big, so sometimes you look at only the Ru, Ruzha, Shidafu. And after 50, it's always with the Mingjian. How, I really argue with the Chinese historian, how can Chinese music work so much only because of Mingjian? I mean, yeah, Mingjian people were very powerful and smart, but so were the literati. Okay, I'm going to shut up.
I mean, even the distinction between elite culture and so-called folk culture was always blurred, because elite culture constantly absorbed from folk culture. Yes, the Ya versus Su, the binary. Yes, it gets reinforced again and again. Yeah.
Just a brief thing that we I think a lot of us assume we know what Western music is. We only know a small bit of what Western music is. There's a vast oral tradition in many parts of Europe that are lost. So we have to be careful about saying what Western music is compared to what the lost Western. How about comparing the lost Western music and the lost Chinese?
Yeah.
We have a question.
I'm really confident with my English. I kind of afraid I might convey wrong message. So since the masters here can understand Chinese, I prefer to use my own language. Is that okay? Okay, agree. 我觉得音乐这个东西，在讲到中国的药乐同源，音乐的乐加上草字头就是药，药就是让自己快乐，不管是安非他命，不管是 K 他命，或者是中药，它可以让你精神变好，它可以让你精神变快乐，或者让身体变好。所以音乐是包含所有可以让自己快乐的东西，这就是我们中国人最早的说法。所以包含老师刚刚讲的民歌， 包含军队里面的军乐，是让自己的军队能够在 battlefield 能够战胜别人。它有各种不同的音乐，而它并不是被所谓的儒家或是孔子绑架的音乐。孔子他只是说治理作乐的时候呢，有一些音乐叫做靡靡之音，他觉得作为一个国王，你要治理国家，这个音乐不应该听太多。就像美国在几十年前猫王刚出来的时候，很多捍卫道德的人说猫王的音乐是不对的，但我们并没有说他被政治绑架，我们也没有说他是被少部分人控制，没有的，它只是一个 judgment， 就是很多人认为这个它可能太过于煽情，太过于不应该被提倡的，就会有人反对它。所以讲到耀乐同源这个概念，大家就知道了，其实为什么音乐会不断的变化？因为现在的人，像我听到什么样的音乐让我快乐，那这个社会这个环境在这个时候的变化，就像过去3年的 COVID， 可能大家听音乐的感觉不一样，因为大家在家里面，所以很多音乐又改变了。所以耀乐同源可能可以解释，在中国人的想法里面，音乐包含古琴，它就是让自己快乐的音乐，它不是表演用的。所以从过去1000多年到可能100年前的音乐，每个人弹的音乐都不一样。像刚赵老师他演绎的音乐，可能他是年轻人，他可能对于现在的音乐他的演绎方法不同，但像他的老师可能演绎方法又不一样，因为活在不同的年代，有不同的意识形态跟想法。所以这涉及到耀乐同源以外的音乐的定义，那又包含到每个乐器不同，因为古琴本身是作为修身养性、独善其身，那它又被很多人，因为中国古代就是士大夫，就是有读书的人掌握话语权，他来表达，因为他会写书嘛。但是一般的农夫他不会写字，他也没有书留下去，所以他的音乐可能没有被重视，但不代表在中国的文化里面它不是音乐，它还是音乐。只是说我们会写字的这些士大夫常常容易发牢骚，我可能竹林七贤，我可能很不爽，我就来一个酒狂，所以我有自己的表达方式被后代留下来。像李白，像所有苏轼，你们想的那些人都是会写字的人，会被看到的人，所以古琴就很可能变成他的音乐。但古筝呢？琴瑟和鸣的瑟跑到哪里去呢？因为女孩子在那个年代没有话语权，而这样的事情，欧洲也是一样的，不是只有在我们中国，全世界都一样。所以我觉得太把我们自己的音乐当作古琴就是雅，雅不等于一定是好，俗也不一定代表不好，它只是在不同的阶级、不同的年代代表不同的背景。所以我认为，什么音乐让大家自己弹得最开心？这个音乐是属于表演用的，因为西方的音乐其实是本来就是为表演而生，而东方音乐不是为表演而生，所以从这方面角度来看，我觉得会比较有意思，会比较特别。所以像刚刚赵老师讲的音乐的，您刚演示了很多音乐呢，非常多的是跨界，非常多是为了表演，但我觉得古琴可能，追本溯源，它几千年的历史自己玩得很开心就好了。那您很努力，我觉得很棒，但其实我觉得啦，因为你已经太厉害了，其实我觉得不需要一定要结合很多的东西变成一种跨界，因为他自己很 unique、很独特的声音就是最厉害的代表，它是人类音乐的活化石。谢谢。
Yeah, I think let's keep it in English. It will be better for our general communication. But what this gentleman, what's your name? Mr. Chen. Yeah, what he said is in Chinese tradition, music or happiness always relate with medicine. The Chinese word medicine actually is herb on the top, on the top, then music on the bottom. So that's it's many discussion on that. So it basically said, so music is making people happy, and that can be different kind of music, and can be music for literatis, and can be music for masses. So that's his general comment. So I agree with that.
We have another question here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I have a question for Professor Thompson. Just
I'm just curious, have you ever been to face some difficulties when you first time touch Guqin or like start learning Guqin? Or like, have you ever faced any difficulties?
Oh, I played.
Yeah, like before.
I originally played violin and piano.
When you start learn to play Guqin.
No, piano and violin.
Start with me.
Piano and violin.
Oh, I mean Guqin. Like, have
When
you
you
ever
start.
met any difficulties? But like, when you start learning Guqin, yeah.
Did you encounter any difficulties when you started learning?
Only difficulties when I started. The problem is I associate difficult with not fun or not enjoying. The problem I have with that is that to me something that's having a difficulty means you're not enjoying it, and I've always enjoyed playing qin. So in a way, maybe the best answer to that might be that I started out in the traditional way by learning from my teacher in Taiwan, 1974, and I studied, his teaching method was similar to what you heard from Mingmei. I studied with him for 2 years, twice a week. I studied his repertoire, which was about 15 pieces, the same pieces that almost all the teachers were teaching at that time. And when I finished those, we did them again. And then we were going through it a third time when I went to Hong Kong because I wanted to study something more. So in a way, the difficulty I think might have been at that time thinking I want to keep playing qin, but I want to play something new. I don't want to just play the same old songs. And then when I discovered I could do this dapu, this reconstruction, that just opened up a new world, and I haven't been able to stop that. So it's you can say it might be difficult to do a reconstruction, but it's great fun. It's like doing a New York Times crossword puzzle or something like that.
What about the language part? Like, have you ever faced any
Language? Oh yes. Oh yeah. Because my Chinese is not that good. I spend most of my time with Chinese trying to read classical text about music, and I'm not very good at conversing. So yes, that's a major problem, is not being able to just and for example, like I said with the songs, I love to do songs, but I can't play and sing unless I've memorized. And I've memorized some, but like that Shui Diao Guto, I like that very much, but I haven't memorized it, so I can't play and sing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I want to ask
Sorry, we have this another.
Okay.
Hi, I have a question, especially since most of you on the panel are familiar with curriculum in universities in China. I teach at Montclair State University. I teach piano, and often I've had many Chinese piano students, and when I ask them what other instrument they've played, they always mention that they've had 1 year of either Guqin or pipa. So I'm curious, is that currently a requirement for all undergraduates in music schools in China?
Well, yeah, Professor Zhao could answer that question, but she left. But I'm not sure. I think what I know, the people don't study Western instrument unless they voluntarily want to learn the second instrument. I don't think there's a requirement for them to learn the second instrument.
Oh.
But they're required to take Chinese folk songs, Chinese what do you call theatrical operatic classes, which means I went undergraduate in China. Basically, we learned all the folk songs. We learned the folk song. We learned the xiqu, different xiqu. So they're part of the Chinese tradition. Everyone has to learn.
And since you're all, of course, all devoted to the Guqin, don't you encourage it that'll be required for at least 1 year in China?
I think there's certain provinces dedicated
but there are probably some provinces where there are no teachers at all.
Yeah,
It's very much expanding, but.
That's right. It's one thing is what the government implement, but other thing is how you get reality to implement, to really make it happen. But definitely, especially in the past, I would say 10 years, and Chinese government or Chinese leaders really even promoting to its on music. And so that's, to me, it's for better, for worse. And that's really encouraged a lot of people start to switch to looking for more national, quote unquote, national identity. So if you, if you say 30 years ago, 20 years ago, every province is major cities trying to build opera houses, concert halls, and symphony orchestras, and opera houses, opera companies. But in the past 10 years, the Chinese orchestra have become just a new phenomenon. And you used to, for example, Beijing, there's only 2 major Chinese orchestras. It's the Central Chinese Orchestra and the Broadcasting Chinese Orchestra. But now they have 4 or 5 professional Chinese orchestras, and all the major cities have Chinese orchestras now. And I just came from China, and I stopped in Hong Kong. Hong Kong also, the Chinese orchestra in Hong Kong is quite adventuresome, and and you can see this. I think it's under the cloud of nationalism. Right? You can see from politics to literature to anything, and I think that our music is definitely following that rule.
Yeah. In 2018, that's the last time I went back to China, I witnessed some new phenomenon regarding setting up the Guqin curriculum in not only music schools, but universities, middle schools, elementary schools, even in the rural area. For sure, that's under the governmental propaganda, to promote traditional cultures. But for example, the Longren, the case study I did, they has been constantly open what they call the Guqin classroom at all levels of K to 12, and even undergraduate student. Colleges, and collaborated with literature department, collaborated with Chinese study, cultural study department, and try to kind of educate newer generation of Guqin teacher. Probably the primary focus was on introducing the culture, and so kids at elementary, they can study the Guqin, not necessarily become a virtuoso, but to expose to this culture. They even have classrooms set up permanently in their schools. So I think this is very vast.
Yeah, with Haiqiong's introduction, she did extensive of this case study in Longren Guqin village, cultural village. And then with her encouragement, after I went there, 2 weeks ago, it's really interesting, and it's how China, can do. So this, she already gave that picture to you, but this gentleman was Xie Cunzhang, right? It's Xie Cunzhang. He created a school, and in Zhangzhou, it's not a half hour from the village. And the school is a high school, 3 years high school, and he wants everyone to learn Guqin. And he aiming that high school will be 3,000 to 5,000 students. Yeah, so you can see, and a similar situation, and he also told me, and there's similar situation in Dongbei, somewhere, Shenyang, I think, there's one person created a pipa phenomenon. Yeah, it's it's a whole school, a whole village is study pipa, and it's really interesting. We were Joseph and I, we were talking about Chinese culture. Always try to combine everything together. Start from literati, like he mentioned, right? Literature, painting, calligraphy, music, you have to be in one person. And I think now China is still doing that way, plus business. So that's, you know, the Guqin person basically, he make Guqin. You know, he can sell those Guqin. And pipa also, the pipa phenomenon is at the same time he have the pipa factory. Yeah, but you know, and I think since China population is so huge, and I definitely think those will make difference for people to continue to learn music from Chinese music.
Good. I want to change the dialogue to a little bit, because these 2 days we heard so many fascinating music, and you have these young performers, wonderful. So I think I would like to engage them and ask them, now you spend so much time performing Qin music, which is a rare opportunity for anywhere over the world. So can you tell us something about your experience? How do you choose between the traditional repertory and the new repertory? And especially when you choose a new piece, what do you find attractive or not so attractive? Can you tell us a little bit of your experience performing this music? I think that would be very fun.
I agree with you. I think you should talk about that. Especially you do this in America, not in China.
Yeah,
you know.
Well, about the choice between the traditional and the contemporary repertoire, or
the choice of your music, the music
because today my lecture recital is just about the interpretation, the fingering interpretation of those contemporary pieces, so I can only play those contemporary ones. So I think there is not actually a choice to choose the traditional way or the contemporary way, because we study both of them, and like we do in Wuqiufeng, even though I haven't practiced it for many days, for like several weeks, I can still remember most of them because I spent a lot of time practicing that before. So that is deeply like just rooted in my musicality, and I just can play it out at the moment you told me to do that. And about I think there's still many links between the traditional and the contemporary repertoire. Like when I talked about musicality this morning, I actually mentioned some important elements from the traditional ones, like the use of portamentos, like the different ways to interpret the as I mentioned in my example, the different ways to play the two same notes, like the left hand pizzicato, the qiaqi things from the traditional ones. Because such kind of techniques or the musical elements are so commonly used in the traditional repertoire, and we still want to use them in the contemporary pieces. And even yesterday we played a really interesting, the choraling piece, the Bai He. We still use the traditional ones, like the vibratos to express those feelings, even though we have so many percussion techniques. But I think the aesthetic, the basic, some underlying aesthetic values do change. Like we do tend to express our feelings stronger, or like we are not so caring about the limit or the restriction of the strong feelings, we can show it to the public, and that is acceptable now. But maybe before, and people just value, oh, you should be like introverted and educated as the literati. So the aesthetic of playing do change, I think.
Can I ask, with the growing number of skilled chin players, can you imagine there being an early music movement within that, as there is in early Western music? People wanting to play melodies as they were played in, say, the Ming Dynasty.
Well, I don't really get your point.
There's an early movement in Western classical music.
If you want, I mean, in Western early music, there is one. There's somebody teaching that here, isn't there?
Every school has an early music.
Right. They'll, like, you want to play Bach on the harpsichord, maybe, or you want to play early church music, and there are groups that do this, and they commercial groups that do this. And Western conservatories, not all of them, have early music departments where they focus on doing Renaissance and medieval music. Can you imagine having something like that in a Chinese conservatory, people being interested in that?
Like trying to play really traditional style Guqin.
Well, I would say reconstructed. I would say instead of just being traditional and contemporary, you also have reconstructed music. And there are a number of people. I've done a lot of it, but there are other people that have also done it, and different people have their different ideas. And my imagination is that if this was happening in the West, there would be a growing early music movement, the way it happened here, where people are arguing about what's right and what's wrong, and eventually there would be coming a consensus and departments and employment and so forth of people focusing on early music.
But what kind of Guqin music is traditional?
I guess I'm talking about traditional. When I say traditional, I think of somebody who learned from their teacher and they're following what their teachers do.
To me, I feel like you're in the West, the early music are clear. It's Baroque or Renaissance. Yeah. But in China, that line is not that clear. So if you say the period in Baroque or Renaissance China,
but I guess my argument is that there is the material there for creating that in Chinese music as well, and I'm wondering whether there's an interest in that.
Yeah, so if I play a piece according to the traditional tablature, am I playing the traditional one?
Let's have out this. Get rid of the word traditional.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be interested in playing a piece of Qin music from the score of 1609? Like the Song Dang Cha or Song San Guan Qin Pu, which are very basic. Would you be interested in playing that? As some Bach people, I would like to play some Bach's pieces from the Madalena and Bach. There are musicians who play that. Or I want to play music according to the motet by Josquin. It's very specific, but in China,
maybe an equivalent there would be you hear somebody play Ma San Nong, and you want to do your own version, but you don't want to create a new one, so you find some old Qin Pu.
Just so.
Different version, and you learn that.
So like
there are about in Qin tablature before the 20th century, there are about 50 different versions of Meiwa.
So like based on the notation and just like I dapu for it by myself.
You'd have to figure out what you think the rhythm might have been, or what you like, what rhythm you like.
Well, I never tried to dapu those really complicated pieces. I just tried the 调艺 in our last semester's Ye Laoshi's class as a final project. And because 调艺 is really the basic, the tuning like piece before those those other pieces, but I do find a lot of interesting things, like if there is any mistakes on the score that I need to revise, or is there any structural analysis I need to do to make it really a piece, but also at the same time the structural analysis or the valuing of the right or wrong things is also based on my understanding of the current time.
The way I started out was by, I started doing pieces that I'd learned the modern version, and then I would look at the early tablature, and I would basically try to follow the same rhythm, or as much as I could of the rhythm of the modern version, or the traditional version, or whatever. And by that way, getting a sense of the way the tablature was working, and then eventually coming up with my own ideas.
Maybe we could carry the conversation